Hello, we are hopefully live. People in the chat, can you let me know? Are we live? Are we live? Are we undead?
It's alive.
It's alive. I am the reanimated corpse of Breadbeard. I know I haven't been around in a while, but I've dug myself out of the grave to come celebrate J25, which is the anti-fascist Day of Solidarity with Antifa Prisoners. I am joined with the faceless amalgamation of Luna Oi and EJ from the
Hello.
Hi.
Greetings, mortals and undead alike.
Okay, well, the stream elements told me that the stream bot is running, so I guess that's good. At least the stream bot responds to my requests. None of you folks do.
How many people?
Yep,
we got watching right now.
I think like 6. No one. Well, on YouTube it's 6. This is also on Twitch and Facebook.
Nice. I'm off. I got kicked off of Facebook. There's no more EJ on Facebook anymore.
Really? 100%?
Oh, I mean, like my personal account still works, but all my non-compete, all the political stuff, they zucked it off.
Got it.
Because of the Anti-Fascist Defense Fund post I made, and it was literally just the logo.
Well.
Really?
So yeah, this might be your last stream on Facebook.
Yeah, I'll say.
Just so you
all right,
know.
folks, make this my last stream on Facebook. It's for my own good, actually. It's. I'm pretty sure it's for my own good. Get me zucked in the name of anti-fascist prisoners. Stick me in Facebook jail.
You can join my illustrious company as a zucked one.
Yeah.
A zucked one.
The zucked one.
I'm excited to be here, though. This is a great cause. I hope everybody will go out and share the links immediately. Post haste.
Yes, please do.
Like the video, like the live stream, and then go share the link on
Yes, please share the
social
link.
media.
And this is a new thing that I hope is working correctly. There is a pinned comment at the top that I put there. They now have pinned comments. I don't know how it actually looks. That has a link to 2 links. One to go donate.
Cool.
One to go donate to the to streamelements.com/softboy social club/tip. That's where we'll be raising money for these Antifa prisoners. And then there's also another link to actually see what prisoners there are and get more information about J25. If not, I think I'm looking at it now and it kind of sucks. It pins it, but it shows like the first line. It's got like the first 4 words. Is that really YouTube? That's useless. Is that what we're doing? Oh, if you click on the comment, it'll expand. Otherwise, you won't see all the stuff. That's a weird way to pin a comment. YouTube, get your shit together.
They don't know.
I almost cursed, but then I said shit instead. Alana Montero, hello, and Michaela Schmidt. Sorry, what?
How is Taiwan doing with the COVID and everything?
We're doing pretty good. We were in full lockdown. Well, technically, we're still in full lockdown. Starting next week, I think on the 27th or something, we're going into level 2, which is lower than what we are now. So restaurants will be able to open back up and stuff like that. But even that said, like when we went into full lockdown, it was about 300 cases per day for the whole country. Meanwhile, like in my homes in South Carolina, they were averaging between 600 to 1,000 per day. And they were like, woohoo! Throw the mask in the fire.
Let's have a party. Let's be together.
And that's just South Carolina. That's like a 5th of the population of here.
I'd like to know. I mean, yeah, it's just Luna and I were looking at the numbers, and it's like even now, while 50% of the people in the USA are vaccinated, the per capita number of infections is like 2.5 times more than Vietnam, and twice as much death rate per capita as Vietnam.
Yeah.
And that's with Vietnam having almost no vaccinations and the USA having 50% vaccinations, and Vietnam's having the worst outbreak of all time so far. So it's like the USA sucks so fucking bad that even when half the people are vaccinated, it's totally, completely shameful. Like, it's just absurd. It's absurd.
I'm ashamed of you, USA. That's not even
Seriously.
a joke, I really am. All right, and tell you what,
It's
I'm not
disgusting.
sure if that pinned link is working, so I'm going to put it straight in the chat. streamelements.com/software/club/tip. That is where, if you see this line up here, somewhere up here, then you'll see that it's red and it says 0 right now. We would really like to change that, because all of the tips, all of the money we get goes straight to anti-fascist prisoners who, if you don't know, can't really make any of their own money, at least not anything worthwhile. So
Because they're slaves in
because
prison.
they're slaves,
literally
yes.
slaves.
Yes. So this goes directly to them, and this makes a world of difference to them. Last year we did a 28-hour stream, but we raised 2,800, almost 3,000. So that was split up and sent to them, and that meant a few $100s each, which is huge for someone in prison. This goal right now we have is 200. That should be easy. That should be easy to meet, guys. Come on, we can blow that one out of the water, and then we'll start a new goal, just to get something in their pockets, in their commissary.
Their pockets is buttons.
Yes, exactly.
I don't know. I'm very tired, and when I get tired, I start doing free association. So I apologize in advance.
I was a freestyle golem.
Yeah. Oh no! Don't make me start doing like an actual Gollum freestyling.
Well, now you got to think up a freestyle rap of Gollum with Gollum's
precious.
voice.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be very, very cringy.
Nah.
Let's not say we did.
Oh, I almost forgot. And
I'm bringing that
how do
back,
I
by
share
the
this?
way. The old chestnut. Let's not and say we did. Remember that one?
No, know what you're talking about. Never heard it. Not my
What? When you were a youngin',
Yes, of
they didn't
course.
say.
I'm messing with you.
Don't mess with me.
I
I'm old enough now. I'm worried about memory issues and stuff.
Let me show you what you can win. The people at Antifa International, the Antifa International Defense Fund, which is a great cause in itself, who this money will be going to them to get to the prisoners, has offered up a special limited edition T-shirt, the Support Antifa Prisoners T-shirt, that somebody who donates tonight, this morning, if you're in the East Coast, will win. I will do a random drawing of all the names of all the donations at the
You
end.
gotta say it like Pat Sajak, like a brand new T-shirt.
A brand
Exactly.
new T-shirt.
Can you guys do me like the 50 style advertisement for the shirt?
50 style?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It'd be like tell them what? No, 50 style.
50.
What is 50?
It'd have to be
Why do you
like
remember the 50s, Luna?
it'd be like it'd have to be very misogynistic and
Yeah.
it'd have to be like
like a gentleman.
our shirts are so I don't even know. Be like, ladies, if you're tired of doing housework, maybe you would like to relax in a nice T-shirt. You could sit back and watch your soap operas. I don't know.
What
It'd be
about
something
the
like that.
80s
No, it has to be
design?
like, doesn't get dirty while you're mowing the lawn and sweeping the floor and vacuuming the carpet and making the children's breakfast. And like a woman
and
should.
not getting paid for any of it.
Yeah.
What about the 90s style? Come on.
Extreme T-shirts from the Anti-Fascist Defense Fund. Whoa!
Oh, and we got our
Hey,
first,
mom.
yeah. We got our first tip from Bilbo's Picked Pockets. Thank you, Bilbo's Picked Pockets.
My hero.
$15.
He's really my hero.
You are the
Wow.
first one to
Wow.
submit towards the goal. Thank you so much.
Crisis.
You should have written your tip message in the language of Mordor, which we shall not utter in this
Exactly.
place.
Well, then I can't utter it.
I know. That's what would be funny about it. It's like high concept.
Give me my tips, my crisis,
My tips.
my tips.
You have to, if this every time it's an S sound, you got to say, you have to multiply it like
Tips.
pretty good. Luna's getting better.
She sounds like a really, really angry Smeagol.
Well, Schmeagol was never really in a great mood, you know.
Yeah, he was. When he turned into good Smeagol, he was happy, playing with his fish, and you know.
Is that what you kids are calling it these days?
I was
That's what this-
once happy.
Luna's really keying in on the themes.
And the theme of Anti-Fascist Prisoners is, of course, hobbits and Smeagol. That's
Would you consider the Fellowship of the Ring to be anti-fascists?
Well, I would definitely say Sauron is fascist, but you could
so are
say
monarchies.
that about so like the Elven Kingdom.
You know that did you know that there's this school of anarcho-monarchism, unironically, and it's like, and Tolkien was an anarcho-monarchist, and his whole, I just learned about this from talking to some folks in the stream the other day, but basically, like, Tolkien believed that the best form of government would be if you have like a king that's like really far away,
No
basically
way.
the Shire.
What the hell?
And it would be like the best form of government, because like the king would just sort of like leave you alone, and it would just basically be anarchism. But then the king would also take care of you if like there was a war.
Fuck.
This was Tolkien's like
called
legit
sugar
ideology.
daddyism. That's sugar
It's
daddyism.
like it's like monarcho sugar dad anarchism. Anarcho
Yes.
sugar
Anarcho sugar
monarchism.
daddyism.
Sugar monarchism. It's a really bizarre ideology, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's
That is indeed.
it's
You know,
bizarre.
Photoshop has like such awesome. I'm photoshopping a thumbnail for my new video right now while we're talking, and they have the best tools for like circumventing copyright watermarks now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The spot brush tool is like so good at just like
Exactly.
annihilating these watermarks now. Not that you should ever do anything that's against the law.
Yep.
And not that
I'm just
not
saying.
that
We
EJ
all
is
respect
doing
the
that right now.
copyrights.
Right. Copyright is
Copy-
an
Copyright is
inviolable,
God.
Yep.
Is God.
Yep.
inviolable precept of our perfect society. It's weird how reactionaries. Is it okay if we just spitball, Brandon
Yeah, yeah.
Beard? I mean, I haven't
Yeah.
talked to you in a while, so I kind of feel like I just want to talk to you like a normal person. Not like,
Be flies on the wall, chat.
Haven't you ever normal?
I'm trying to pay attention to the
I'll
chat
pretend
too.
to be a normal person.
But like, what was I going to say? What was I going to say, Luna?
I don't
Use
know.
your psychic
You
powers.
just wanted to talk to Josh like a normal person.
I know. I was going to say, copy. Oh, reactionary. Like not even reactionaries, but like liberals, like just, you know, basically like normal garden variety liberals that are like pro-capitalist. They like legitimately believe that we're like a perfect society already. I mean, if you think about it, they don't want to get rid of capitalism. They're like, they just want to like, you know, basically tinker with it from now on.
Capitalist
Isn't that bizarre?
idealism instead of capitalist realism or capitalist idealism.
Yeah, they're just like, you know, capitalism's not so bad. We just need to.
It's the best we can have right now, so just be happy.
Not
with
even
it.
right now. I've never heard them say right now. Like they legitimately think we're done. Like this is as good as it
The
gets.
highest, like, you know, form of society already.
Yeah, we
It's
did
like,
it.
It's just like Hume or something.
We did it.
Hegel. Sorry, I forgot his name.
Hegel. It's like Schmeagol. Why haven't we done anything with that? Hegel.
I think now you've got your idea for your Hegel puppet.
Oh my God. The
Oh
thing about
my
Hegel though is
God.
like whenever you do anything
I
about
know
Hegel, the
it's
most
like-
obnoxious fucking people in the world come out of the woodworks.
It's like exactly
The
like
armchair
the-
philosophers.
Exactly, like Hegelian scholar or something like that, like the modern day Hegelian
They're the most
scholar.
insufferable people.
Jesus.
I've just been so tired of them.
I remember I had a my shopping cart video on the shopping cart meme. I thought like posting to r/breadtube pulled out like the pseudo intellectual armchair philosophers, and then I posted that video to r/philosophy, and oh my god. But
Reddit.
to be fair, it's my
Not even once.
most viewed video to date. I think specifically because of all those guys.
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
I got off Reddit after a month. I was on it like a month only. It was like 2 years ago, and I made a vow to myself. That like
Matthew Stone in the chat said, "We did it, guys! 30 plus favors of Mountain Dew. Let's pack it up. Literally can't get any better than that." I mean, Baja Blast is like peak civilization, peak human civilization.
That's what they like. Archaeologists, like 1,000 years from now, will dig up. They worshipped the Baja Blast.
You saw Demolition Man, right?
Yeah.
The Taco Bell future.
Yeah, the fine dining of Taco Bell.
Kind of prescient. I don't know. It does. It's like, but actually, it's like they predicted it, but in the opposite direction. Because isn't Taco Bell actually like reducing its menu now? That's what everyone in the USA keeps complaining about.
Well, we need to have the restaurant wars. That was the whole premise of part of the movie. They had a restaurant wars. If you did your studying, EJ, God. There's a new Baja Blast flavor. So like Baja Blast is not the new flavor. There is a second Baja Blast.
What the hell?
What? It's like a Baja Blast Part 2, a sequel?
Yeah. Baja Blast, Revenge of Baja Blast.
I don't get it. What was wrong with the original? Sometimes if it ain't broke, you don't got to fix it.
It didn't blast enough. You're only blasting out of one hole with the first one.
I feel like you could maybe add a little peppermint flavor to the Baja Blast might be good. Do you get what I'm saying? Anybody vibing with me on that?
I'm going to come out and be completely honest. I don't know if I've ever had Baja Blast.
What? Are you not a Taco Bellsman?
I haven't been in the US of A in over a decade, or I haven't lived there at least.
That's crazy, huh?
Wow. Do they don't have Taco Bell in Taiwan?
Nah. We got all kind of other Americana, like capitalist crap. We got tons of TGI Fridays. We got a Texas Roadhouse.
That's so embarrassing.
Yep.
Do you have
it's like fine dining too. It's like really expensive.
Oh, I know. It's like the fucking Outback Steakhouse in Korea is like a 5-star restaurant almost.
Yeah.
It's absurd. And it's like $75 for a bloomin' onion in Seoul. Capitalism, great stuff. Doing a good job there.
Baja Blast with fruit punch. Evidently, it's like Atomic Warheads Baja Blast.
What? Like sour heads? Like the Atomic Warheads sour candy?
Yeah.
It's like I've
had Mountain Dew with Atomic Warheads inside of it. That's just my own creation. They are stealing my intellectual property.
I just want I think a little wintergreen, little mintiness. In Vietnam, they've got this mint citrus ice cream. It's very good. You know what I'm talking about, Luna? The lime mint.
Oh, yeah, my favorite.
It's very good.
Yeah, my favorite.
You wouldn't think it, actually. I was skeptical at first, but it's so good. Australia has TGI Fridays. Does Australia have Outback? I would imagine that Australian people would loathe Outback Steakhouse. Yeah. It's like...
That's like going to Ireland and seeing like an American Irish pub.
Yeah.
With like all the like clovers and Guinness paraphernalia all over the walls.
Get a blooming onion, mate, and a wash it down with the Fosters.
It's just like go to Vietnam and eat Californian pho.
That's not so bad. Why is that bad? That's different.
I'm just saying that you're eating.
No, you got it totally wrong, Luna. It'd be like going to California and having like, no, I don't know how to explain it to you.
It's
different.
having the same
Because
thing. made
California
by a
pho
different
is
place.
authentically cuisine
Mm.
that comes from an actual like cultural, phenomenon. But Outback Steakhouse is just what like shitty American marketers think Australia is like.
It'd be like going to Japan and ordering at a Benihana's.
Luna doesn't.
Oh, that
Do you
one
know what a
felt
Benihana's is?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Kind of like Hungry Jack's. Hungry Jack's is like the
What
Outback
is Hungry
Steakhouse of America.
Jack?
It's where we got the pizza deal.
What?
The Jack's place where we got the pizza deal in Hanoi.
Let it go, EJ.
Luna, you're the one that wanted to go there because they had a good deal on pizza, and it was in the top. It was in the food court of Vincom Center on.
Oh, that thing?
Yeah.
The Cowboy Jack.
And Chitang.
It's Cowboy Jack.
Cowboy Jack, yeah. It's like a stereotypical American restaurant that a Japanese company made. It's really funny. They have like these Budweiser sparkler drinks you can get. It's like so fucking funny. That's like what they imagine Americans would want to drink. It's like a fruity Budweiser cocktail.
You know, I unironically, there's great sushi here in Taiwan. You know, it's an island. We got tons of fishing. We're right next to Japan. But I was really craving like some California style sushi because you can't get that here. I want like a California roll or a dragon roll. They don't do it here.
They have that here. They have that here in Vietnam.
I haven't found one here. Maybe they exist. They've got great sushi, super fresh sushi, but it's like authentic.
I mean, we do live in Da Nang, so it's kind of a pretty badass seafood town.
Well, there's tons of.
What do you
great
think about for my new police abolition video? What do you think about the clickbait thumbnail text? The police. Maybe let's not. Is that good?
It rolls with me. It vibes with me.
Okay.
Checks my boxes.
Police. Maybe let's not. Yeah, it looks good.
I'm down with it. All right, folks, we've had one donation. It was a nice $15 donation, but we need to get some more in here. Is this not?
Are you not entertained?
Exactly. Is this not quality entertainment of us rambling about nothing? We will have some guests. Hopefully, once he's had his coffee, Walter from the Anti-Fascist Defense Fund will come join us.
Can we make Lost jokes, like bad Lost jokes to him? Have you seen Lost?
I've never watched the whole thing. I've watched
Jesus.
random episodes.
Well, then nobody's gonna get it.
Yeah.
Well,
but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Fuck everyone else.
Walt! Claire!
Oh my gosh. Stop. Nobody gets it.
You get it. Luna gets it. You're not nobody.
Matthew Stone, how painful is it when people think anarchy means no rules? Yeah, it's obnoxious. And I've seen
that's Outback. That's Outbacky. No rules, just right.
That Outback?
Yeah.
Oh, is that their
no rules,
motto?
just right?
I didn't know that. Well, they're a common misconception of anarchy. That's what Outback is.
Maybe they're anarchists. Yeah, I do hate. Well, it's like it's like every. I don't know. Do you want to get into this? I got something kind of spicy to talk about.
Nice.
Do it.
Let's get ready to cancel EJ.
Just the fact that people,
EJ.
It's like especially on the internet, on Twitter and the internet, it's like when you, okay, so like it's taken for granted that every field of philosophy and science I like Matthew Stone's suggestion of police, please no. Maybe I'll do that for my second thumbnail. Every school of science or philosophy has its own like lexicon, right? So like when rocket scientists use the word like velocity, it means something different than like a race car driver might use that word differently, right?
Yeah.
And it would be really obnoxious if you corrected somebody because they were using the word that the way they use it in their field, and you have a different field, right?
Yep.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so like there's the common definition of anarchy, like that most people that don't know anything about anarchism just think it means like chaos and no rules and blah, 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 right? No government, blah, blah, blah. And we as like anarcho-communists have like our own definition of it. And like, we really want other people to listen to us when we try to explain what our own ideology means, and we want them to like respect, maybe not even necessarily agree with us, but at least listen to what we have to say and respect that like we have this definition. And it's very fucking annoying when somebody says that's not anarchy. Anarchy means there's no government at all and there are no rules whatsoever and it is chaos. And it's like, can you just like listen to what we're saying, right? So then like Luna goes on and she's talking about Marxist philosophy.
Yeah.
And she's and within Marx, like specifically like Marx and Engels and that school of thought, Luna's like talking about metaphysics, and it has a very specific definition within Marxism. It's like the logic form that is not dialectics, right?
Yeah.
It's like a very specific definition. And so she does this like thread on Twitter about it, and all these fucking like philosophy losers come in and they're like, you have no understanding of metaphysics, blah, 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 blah. And it's like no attempt whatsoever to try to understand what she's saying. It's like, but that's one example, but this is like, that's why I got off Twitter. People don't want to listen to each other or try to understand each other. It's so obnoxious.
They try to act smart and want to look smart and dunk on each other instead of listening.
So that they can get likes and retweets, because that's the real goal of, Are you buying what I'm selling, Redbeard?
I'm taking it out the back while you're talking.
What is
I'm
that
not
going to
buying
violate
it.
terms of service?
I'm stealing it. I'm stealing it while you're talking.
Oh,
I'm not
it's because you're an
buying
anarchist. Because you're a freaking
because I believe in chaos, or like every like not every, but like the anarchist villains in TV shows or in like superhero. Like, oh, they're an anarchist. They just want chaos.
Elena Montero, you are so lucky. And I don't ever just stay pure. Stay pure. Elena's never been on Twitter before.
The goat pony.
Just stay pure. Don't go there ever. Don't even ever go to that site ever for any reason.
Please.
Enjoy your innocence and your purity. And it's like seeing a endangered animal, like a manatee.
Speaking of innocence and purity,
yeah.
Here's Walter from Antifa International.
What?
Whoa.
Hey, Walter, do you get this reference? Walt!
Oh my God.
No.
Walt! No, you never watched Lost?
Oh, I watched like the first season. I was in another country when it was like really big in North America, so I kind of missed out on that phenomenon. But I'm down with.
Well, you would get Claire.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Walt is more, I think, like season 2.
Smoke monsters are like kind of my deity, though, that I watch. Yeah,
there's worse deity.
Make total.
You need to watch the rest of it. It's actually pretty. You'll like. I think you'll like the smoke monster lore as it builds and develops through the rest of the show.
I like it. I'm trying to incorporate them into my Dungeons and Dragons module right now. So that.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
That's pretty rad.
I heard
great.
How's everyone doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing hunky dory.
Good.
A little more hunky than Dory.
I heard
Dory the Explorer.
What does hunky mean and Dory mean?
That's a question.
That would violate terms of service to explain.
Hunky dory just means doing okay, and I don't know. It's some boomer shit. We don't know what it means.
Hunky dory.
Nobody under the age of like 72
Boomer
knows where it
shit.
came from.
I think
It's like 32 skidoo, 23 skidoo.
Oh, let me turn off this Stream Elements bot. Pay no attention to the Stream Elements bot. That's saying to send money to non-compete/tip. And I'm sure they wouldn't mind.
Oh.
But
Nice.
Why is it
that's
doing that?
Nice.
Did we ever
they
have it?
must have been doing something at some point.
Oh, probably for our last Antifa fundraiser.
That might have been
because we were running it through mine at that time. I get it.
Yeah, where's the chip?
Well, all right. I'll tell you what. If anybody accidentally donated the mine, we will. We'll give it to the Anti-Fascist Defense Fund.
God damn it.
Okay, that's turned off.
That's fair. Matthew, you're right.
Be
That was a
honorable.
David Bowie album from, I think, 1972. Not to age yourself, but...
Hunky Dory was?
Yeah, that's when he had a very high voice.
This is going to break a lot of hearts, but technically, Bowie was a boomer. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I missed the Bowie boat. You know, I didn't get into Bowie when I was like probably the ideal age to get into Bowie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on topic, there was his very brief flirtation with fascism in the mid 1970s.
I've heard about that.
Yeah.
I haven't heard
Do
about
you
that
know
at
the
all.
story?
Yeah, it was a very brief period where a lot of British bloated white British rock stars were like complete fucking fascists. Like the famous Eric Clapton concert statement, which was basically get all the racialized people out of the UK, England is white sort of thing. So fuck
Jesus.
that guy,
Yeah, well, he's a fucking turd, anyways.
right?
He just came out saying he refuses to play any venue that requires vaccinations.
He's awesome.
Oh.
Good.
Yeah.
Enjoy your death, you piece of shit. And then Bowie did an interview in the mid 1970s where he basically said that Hitler was the ultimate rock star, and he was flirting with a lot of fascist iconography. I think he was photographed Sieg Heiling out of a Rolls Royce at one point.
Oh my God.
It was terrible, but he quickly came out of his drug-induced stupor. And
Yeah, to be fair, at any given point of Bowie's life, you're not sure if he was any way aware of what he was doing.
yeah, well, that's a good point too. But then by the 1980s, he had done a full 360. There's a great interview with him on MTV where he stops the interview and starts interrogating the interviewer about why they don't show more black artists.
Oh, I've seen that one.
I've seen that, yeah.
Of course,
that's
famously,
awesome.
he married Iman, the most beautiful woman in the world. So I think he kind of redeemed himself in the end, but it was really
Just touch and go there for a while.
he was fascist adjacent for about 2 or 3 cocaine-fueled weeks. I like to think that Iggy Pop turned him around when they were sleeping together, and Iggy said, "Hey, that's not cool."
Bruh, you ever done
know if
so
I've ever heard
much
anything bad
drugs
about
that
Iggy
you
Pop.
went fash?
Yeah, I don't know. Iggy Pop's great. We still love Iggy Pop. Have you checked out his Iggy Pop's birds Instagram?
No.
No.
Tell me more.
Biggie Pop. Biggie Pop is his exotic pet bird, and he posts Instagram videos of Biggie Pop just dancing to the hits.
That's rad. That's amazing.
It's so wholesome and delightful. I found one where Biggie Pop's dancing to a Sleaford Mods track. It's just mwah, chef's kiss.
My favorite thing about Iggy Pop is that he was on like several episodes of Pete and Pete as Nona Mecklenburg's dad, and that's a deep
What?
cut reference. But
Really?
I don't even remember that. I
Yeah.
thought I've seen every episode.
if you remember, Nona Mecklenburg was like the kind of like not really love interest, but like the little girl that was with younger Pete, and her dad was Iggy Pop, and he had like a rivalry with the Pete's dad.
Oh wow!
Yeah, there was a
Wow,
whole
I don't
thing.
even remember that.
Yeah,
I was pretty young.
he was really
I might
funny.
not have
Like he
been
played
into
the
Iggy
role really
yet.
well. That show holds up so well, by the way. If you go back and watch Pete and Pete now, like it absolutely, you can watch it as like a near 40-year-old adult and legitimately enjoy it.
Because a lot of that era did not hold up.
That's true.
Yeah.
In fact, 99% of it did not.
Yeah.
But that show had a lot of heart. I don't know. It's like really good.
Nice.
It really captured what it felt like to be a kid. Like one of the most beautiful things in that show was there's one episode where younger Pete is like, he like fakes sick and he stays home sick. And like, there's this one part where like, it just does like, he does all the stuff that you do when you stay home sick and it's very authentic. But there's one part where he notices like the dust in the sunlight, like inside the house. And like, it's like, he never really noticed it before. And he notices it for the first time. And I'm like, I have a very specific childhood memory of like the same thing, like the first, and I think I was staying home sick when I did. It's like, they really tapped into some kind of like freaking zeitgeist.
Or they stole from your childhood diary.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I don't know. I didn't even know I kept the diary. Maybe I blocked that out of my memory, but a lot of stuff like that. I don't know. There's just something. It's kind of like got this like kind of They Might Be Giants aesthetic to it.
Right.
I really love that.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Nice. So
Mormons are not allowed Pete and Pete. That makes sense. Actually,
What is controversial about Pete and Pete? I'm trying to think of what would.
Petunia.
upset
It's too sexy.
Oh, Petunia. You're right. That must be it.
Petunia was too sexy.
I love how like nobody probably knows what we're talking about.
Exactly.
What the hell are these? I came for anti-fascism and I got boomers talking.
Were Pete and Pete not arguably anti-fascist?
They were
I would
absolutely
say so.
anti-fascist. They fought the law and
There
they
you go.
won.
There you go.
Yeah.
I love
Speaking
that.
of anti-fascism and intellectual property, just want to remind everyone that you can win. Where is it?
Come on.
Where
Bring
is
it,
it?
bring it home.
There it is.
There we go. Look, I'm wearing it now.
And
Behold.
special edition Antifa International Support Antifa Prisoners t-shirt.
Tell us more.
These shirts directly support anti-fascist prisoners worldwide. In honor of July 25th, the International Day of Solidarity with Anti-Fascist Prisoners, we're going to workshop a shorter title. We are offering these support Antifa prisoner shirts designed by a former anti-fascist prisoner. All proceeds will be donated to anti-fascist prisoners around the world, either directly or via their support groups. It's made of fashionable four-way stretch cotton, comes in extra small, small, medium, large, extra large, 2XL, 3XL, and 4XL. So one to fit anyone in your family. One will be given away for free if you donate, but supplies are going fast. That's
Very
technically not true. There's only going to be one.
Extremely
No
fast.
CODs.
Can I just talk about the design for a quick second?
Yes, you can. Let me pop it back up.
Throw it back up there, Breadbeard, so we can get the context.
Let's see it on the board.
This this was actually designed by an anti-fascist prisoner that served time in Britain after physically defending an anti-racist march in London from an attack by fascists.
Oh,
He
wow.
did a little time, I think they say, at Her Majesty's pleasure, got out, learned graphic design, and then sent us this graphic. And we're like, can we use this to raise money to send money to other anti-fascist prisoners? And he was like, hell yes, you can. So that's where that comes from. I think that's kind of cool.
That is super rad.
I think it's very
I'm-
cool.
I'm using it as my background right now.
I love it. It looks so good.
It's not a lot of shirts that have lore, you know?
That's true. More.
More shirts need backstory.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree with that. Also on tap and for free, absolutely, we have a great zine that goes with the International Day to Support Anti-Fascist.
Yes.
And I'll post the link. I'll post in the private chat.
I have
link.
that actually already up from deathtofascism.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the color one
Yeah, so that
right
just
here
dropped.
already ready.
That literally just dropped today.
Oh, really?
And
Luna, why don't you sing Death to Fascists for us in honor of...
Oh, yeah, there's a Vietnamese Death to Fascists.
It was almost the national anthem of... it was the second choice for the national anthem of Vietnam.
oh, why didn't it win?
Ho Chi Minh thought it was a little too violent, but the real national anthem is also very violent. It's got a line that's like, "We'll bury, what is it? We march
We will build the road to victory
on the bodies of our
dead
enemies."
bodies of our enemies.
Wow.
But it's very like upbeat. It's like, "We'll build the road to victory on the bodies of our enemies."
And then they go, yeah.
Yeah.
The bodies of your enemies make a bad foundation
It's
for
like
road rage.
đường biên cương
Yeah.
sang quân thù. So that's it. Yeah.
Concrete sand might be a little better than bodies of your enemies.
Okay,
What it,
so this
what it
is
does for propaganda, it negates in
It's a balance.
what's it called? Infrastructure.
Okay,
Very
so
zen.
this is a Death to Fascist song that almost became our national anthem.
Yeah, oh, that's
Hmm.
amazing.
Should I translate first and then sing?
I think
or-
sing it in Vietnamese first.
Okay. Việt Nam bao năm dòng tên xiết làm
Dum,
than
dum, 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 dum.
dưới ai quân tham tàn đế quốc xài lan
Dum, dum, dum.
loài phát xít cướp khóc lúa cướp đời sông dân mình nào nhà tù nào trại giam biết bao nhiêu nhục hình đồng bào tuốt gươm vùng lên đã đến ngày cha mối thù chung diệt phát xít diệt bầy chó đê hèn của chúng tiến lên nền dân chủ cộng hòa giành lại áo cơm tự do dưới anh cờ đỏ anh vàng sao mau 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 vai kề vai không phân ra chả trai hay gái phát súng ôm ta đi lên ta tiến lên ta diệt quân thù Việt Nam Việt Nam Việt Nam ôi đất Việt yêu dấu ngàn năm Việt Nam, Việt Nam muôn năm. So
Hey.
you can hear fascist there. You can hear it because I'm fascist in Vietnamese.
Yeah.
So literally, this is just my translation of.
It's probably better not to have a national anthem with the word fascist in it. You know,
Exactly.
it's like
Maybe.
put that behind us.
Fascist is just like one of our enemies.
Right.
I
So
think
the-
I made the right choice there, but it's still a beautiful song. I think it should be right up there with oh, help me. What's the Italian anti-fascist anthem that I'm just?
Oh, Bella Ciao.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll combine it. We would put up
Yeah,
like an
Bella Ciao's a good one.
anti-fascist
Bella
greatest.
Ciao. Yeah, I know that song.
Yeah, let's do like a greatest CD. We'll have like pictures of like, on the fireplace. Bella Ciao. Death to fascism. It'll be great.
Is that specifically a Vietnamese song, Luna, or is that like a song that you translated to Vietnamese?
This one?
Yeah.
Of course, it's a totally Vietnamese song.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Of course, EJ.
So
God.
the lyrics is kind of like mostly is like how like fascists they stole our land, stole our rights, and put our brothers to like prisons, you know, and they enslaved us, and we need to like stand up, rise up, and kill all the fascists, kill all its dogs.
Yeah, that's I'm
They don't
down
pull
with
any
that.
punches.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Yeah, that's why like we like, and then after we like eliminate the fascists, we can get our independence and Vietnam, long live Vietnam.
I got that last part. My Vietnamese picked up on that last part with the Vietnam.
Yeah.
That's where Vietnam is really on point.
Luna, is it usually accompanied by like an Appalachian jaw harp? Is that
That was actually where did we get that in Cambodia? That was a Cambodian bamboo jaw harp.
no way? Wow.
Yeah,
Classy.
I bought it. I
Yeah,
bought it
in
at
Cambodia, Siem Reap.
yeah. I bought it. No, I bought it actually at Angkor Wat.
Yeah,
Specifically,
Angkor Wat.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
So yeah, it's just legit.
Nice.
Legit shit. Speaking of legit, I don't know. I am the master of segues.
You really are.
That's
You and Dean Kamen.
that link to the PDF that I just sent you to everyone. If you open it up, first of all, don't get it's meant to be printed and folded on top of each other. So if the pages are like 5, 36, 6, 38, or something like that.
Well, it's because
That's
we're
what's going on
anarchists. We don't believe in pagination.
You don't believe in order. Fuck the pages
Yeah.
order.
We have pages, just not order.
Anarchy is order.
It's not your order. Not an order
No,
that
it's
makes
not
sense
anarchy.
to
It's like chaos.
All right,
I'm
what is this
sorry.
Twitter over here?
you.
I feel like I'm on
Twitter
Twitter.
over here. No, but if you read through it, it does have a list of a lot of the anti-fascist prisoners, the ones that we are raising money for right now, which hint, still waiting to see this bar go green.
Nudge, nudge. Make
Come
us
on, comrades.
green us.
But one other thing, if you are absolutely strapped, you have no cash. Another thing you can do is write to these anti-fascist prisoners,
That's
which
huge.
can go a long way. Yeah.
That's huge. If you read David Campbell's essay, David Campbell was an anti-fascist in New York that was on Rikers Island during COVID after having his leg broken and arrested in a completely set up sting operation at a demonstration against Proud Boys. He writes in his essay how absolutely crucial it was to get letters to him in Rikers. It kept him going. So it's a very small ask, and it's very easy to do. We have the J25 Antifa website up. I just posted it in the private chat. You can maybe port it over.
That should be in the pinned comment, but I don't know how pinned comments work yet. So I'll put it up again.
That's got the most current list of anti-fascist prisoners, including where you can send support to them, where you can write to them, et cetera, and it's in 18 languages.
Yeah. I think Luna Oi helped us with the Vietnamese.
I believe she did. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, it was
Look at
me.
that. Look at that.
There you go. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, and one thing I really like about this pamphlet that I put the link in earlier is it has some tips for if you are writing to these prisoners to make sure that everything goes smoothly. So I'll go over a couple of those really quickly. One is it's best to use pencil or blue or black ink, which is just kind of a no-brainer. Another one is you usually cannot send any form of torn out newspaper or magazine articles, but what you can do is make a copy of it, turn it over, and then write your letter on the back. So it's just the letter paper, but it also has whatever newspaper information you're wanting to get to them as well. I forgot the other ones now. Let me think. Let me look. No Polaroids, but that's not a big problem anymore, I don't think.
No.
Yeah.
It used to be.
If you send anything besides just the letter, make sure you list it on the outside and put contents and put down what's inside of it. Speaking of pagination, actually paginate your letters, put like 1 of 4, 2 of 4, 3 of 4, 4 of 4. That way the prisoner will know if they ganked out any of the letter. They're going to see it.
Look at that.
Missing.
There you go. Clever tricks.
And speaking of which, also put if you're wanting respondents, put your return address on the letter itself, not just the envelope, because a lot of times they'll throw away the envelope and then give the prisoner just the letter. So to make sure that they actually get who it's coming from. Yeah, I think I don't know if there's any more.
I love that kind of stuff.
I just want to point out, if you're looking to do something today on the International Day of Solidarity with Anti-Fascist Prisoners, a really great low ask is just to write them a letter. That and go to the post office, mail them the letter. That is a huge morale booster. It really makes them know they're not forgotten and people care about them. And just shoot the shit with them. Just tell them what's up with you, how are you doing and stuff. There's some really good sources on the intertubes about how to write to political prisoners in general. If you look up anything from an anarchist Black Cross group, ABC, there will be information there about best practices to do that. And then we have a list of anti-fascist prisoners at supportantifaprisoners.wordpress.com, and you'll find their addresses there as well as in the zine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good Morty said, as much information as possible on the letter paper themselves. I'm not sure what you're meaning. One thing I would say is if they're pre-trial, if they're still their trial's still ongoing, don't discuss the case.
Yeah.
Because anything can end up in a lawyer's hands or on Fox News's hands.
Right.
So don't discuss the case if they're not if they're pre-trial or ongoing trial.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah.
That's kind of like tradecraft stuff. It's really important for us to learn this stuff.
For sure. If you live near where an anti-fascist prisoner is in prison, see about visiting them. Sometimes it's hard to get on visitors lists, but I've done it a few times, and it's like, person-to-person contact, even with strangers, is really great. Any contact with the outside world is like gold inside a prison. So that'd be very helpful. So that's a great, very low cost, low ask way to support anti-fascist prisoners. Can't recommend enough. That said, I am guilty, and I'll apologize again to Jock later on, of writing to Jock Palfreeman in like 2015, and him writing me back a long letter and me going, "Oh, I should reply to him," and I never did. Because
No.
That's like the story of my anxiety life.
I know.
Story of my life.
There's so many times I've done that. I've got like stories like that I still sometimes lie awake thinking about, going all the way back to like middle school.
Oh, the guilt.
And I'm almost 40 years
It's
old.
awful.
In middle school, when you're writing to your middle school anti-fascist prisoner pals.
Well, not exactly. Okay, it's not a one-to-one example.
Writing to your friends in detention.
But
yeah,
also
that would be the analog. Yeah.
And if you didn't catch where you can find the information about these prisoners, including their address and where to write them, is in either of the links I just sent you, the supportantifaprisoners.wordpress.com, or in the handouts that I linked earlier. Both of those will have the information to get in contact with these prisoners. And you can even see, like Walter said, if they're close to you, you can even see if you can go visit them. So these are huge things to people who have very little right now.
Also, if you've been fortunate enough to not be in a prison or around a prison, going to visit someone in a prison is a real fucking eye-opener about how shitty the prison system is and just how fucking dehumanizing and humiliating it is. Not just for the prisoners, but I mean also for the families of prisoners going to support them. Just awful. People are just treated like shit by this system. So yeah. You know, not
absolutely.
Just to bring everyone down a little bit. There we go.
Sing us a song, Luna. Pull us out of this. No. Sing us a song about dying fascists. Yeah, I was joking, but yes, you got one.
Why don't I sing my national anthem?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. It's very violent too. Đoàn quân Việt Nam đi, chung lòng cứu quốc, bước chân dồn vang trên đường gặp cảnh xa. Cờ in màu chiến thắng mang hồn nước, súng ngoài xa trên khúc quân hành ca. Đường vinh quang xây xa quân thù, thắng gian lao cùng nhau lập chiến khu. Vì nhân dân chiến đấu không ngừng, tiến mau ra xa trường. Tiến lên, cùng tiến lên, nước non Việt Nam ta vững bền. So it sounds like a marching song, like Vietnamese soldiers will like, like we vow that we will march and we will fight for our people and we will build the path to the victory on the death body of our enemies.
That's fantastic.
Fight for our people.
Oh, hang on. I've got a little echo there. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
My bad.
So, so Ho Chi Minh was choosing between the Death to Fascist song and this song. And he chose this song mostly because like that fascist song, they just like focus on one kind of enemy. It was the fascists. But like our enemy was like, imperialists, like capitalists, and including fascists. So that's why he chose like this song, build out.
Yeah, you gotta, broaden the scope there. Everyone is fascist, but I mean, there's other people, enemies of the people out there for sure. Also, I've learned so far in this live stream that I do not want to go toe to toe with Luna in a karaoke contest. She's going to wipe my ass all over the floor with that. Or with EK in a Cambodian bamboo jaw harp contest.
He plays a mean jaw harp.
He really does.
EJ is uploading his video right now.
He snuck out on us.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Very sneaky.
Snuck out on us.
Can we talk a little bit before other guests come on about Dan Baker?
Sure.
Yes.
He's the newest anti-fascist prisoner added to our list, and it's a terrible, terrible case. Dan is like a fucking hero. Dude was I think he was U.S. Airborne. I think he's in the 82nd Airborne. He quit the Army because he was absolutely disgusted with the level of rampant sexism and sexual abuse he saw that no one was doing anything about other than covering it up. Then he smuggled himself into Rojava. He went over the border into northern Syria and volunteered to fight for the YPG. He became a sniper for the YPG. He fucking saved a Vice news crew from either being killed or captured by ISIS. Comes back to America. Does he sit on his laurels? No. He gets some first aid, street medic training, and then he travels the country going to Black Lives Matter demonstrations, making sure everyone was safe and taking care of people. He was in Seattle when all that shit was going down. He does all that. He settles. He winds up eventually in Florida. He's doing okay with his roommate. And then January 6th happens in the U.S. And I don't know if you guys know, but you probably do. There's a fascist insurrection in Washington, D.C., where like hundreds of badly armed chuds thousands really, stormed the U.S. Capitol, beat people to death, trampled people to death, and tried to stop, the election results there so Donald Trump could stay on for another 4 years. After that, he got really concerned that they're going to do the same thing at the Florida State House the next weekend, because that was actually happening. Other states, Oregon, they marched, they tried to do that in Oregon as well. So he put out flyers basically calling people to take up arms and defend democracy, or what he felt democracy was in Florida. And because he did that publicly, and because he was fairly, he wasn't that cautious with his language, the FBI railroaded him on terrorism charges. Absolutely railroad this poor guy. So he's been locked up since January. He's still in prison, and he was found guilty in May, and he's awaiting sentencing, which happens, I think, in August. But it's such bullshit. I mean, this guy should have had a ticker tape parade for his heroism and bravery, fighting for the people in Rojava and fighting against fascists, and then taking that here. And instead, he's in prison. It's absolutely appalling. That is someone that we were very happy we were able to send money for through the International Anti-Fascist Defense Fund for his legal defense. Unfortunately, it wasn't successful. So now we're kind of switching over and supporting him as an anti-fascist prisoner. And we want to make sure that every day he spends in prison is as comfortable and he feels as supported as possible. That means making sure his commissary is full so he can get whatever he needs in prison. That means making sure he has money to make phone calls to friends and family outside. That means making sure he's getting letters and books and whatever he needs in jail. I think that's really crucial. And obviously that doesn't go just for Dan, but because Dan's the latest person to be added to the anti-fascist prisoners list, I really wanted to underscore his case. And also because I really feel for him, because I was, I think a lot of us were really thinking about going over to Rojava and fighting the good fight for that revolution and fighting against the forces of fascism. This guy did it. And, we're seeing how he was targeted by the FBI, largely as a result. They used his volunteerism there, fighting against ISIS, against him in court to call him a terrorist.
Oh, really? I didn't know about that part.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're
Wow.
like, oh, see, this guy got crazy terrorist training with terrorists in Syria. Like, well, he was actually fighting and killing the terrorists there.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Bad scene.
Wow.
Bad scene.
That's the whole horseshoe, extremism of anything is bad. Like anarchists are extremists, and therefore, that this whole equation there. Right?
Well, there's a couple of things going on there. What's interesting is a lot of Western states who, of course, are allied with Turkey in NATO, and Turkey is allied with ISIS/Daesh in Rojava. Are really persecuting YPJ volunteers that come back after fighting ISIS Daesh. We're looking into a case in Italy right now where a woman came back from fighting with the YPJ and being prosecuted by the Italian government there. There's been cases where British volunteers, YPG volunteers, have been locked up in the UK for doing that. So it's I think part of it is it's ridiculous and horrible, but the other thing is it's also part of the states saying no, only we get to commit violence. The ability to militarily and physically defend communities is only something states can do, and if we don't do it, then too bad, suck it up.
Yeah, that's kind of the anarchist definition of state is a geological monopoly of violence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're seeing that, and then they're like, we have the geological monopoly on violence, but we're not going to use that to defend people in Rojava. In fact, we're going to stay in a military alliance with the country Turkey. They're doing the most to support the ISIS-Daesh's terrorism, which is just mind-boggling. So there you go. I feel better now. Thanks for letting me get off.
Yeah. No, I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
and this is just one of the prisoners that we're supporting. Again, I can't say it enough. Please donate if you have any money. If you don't, please share the stream and share the tip link. I'll put that in again, just to annoy you. So we can raise some money, guys. If you may not realize it, how much they don't give prisoners.
Oh man,
Even like underwear and soap are things they have to buy themselves, even though they're locked up and they can't have a job. So getting some cash into their commissaries makes a huge difference.
and I want to be clear, like all the money is going either directly into commissaries for anti-fascist prisoners or directly to their families, because these people had obligations, they had families to support. Or to their support groups who will know where best to get the money. Those are the three places that the money will go to. If we don't have a direct link into their prison commissary where they keep money that they can spend in prison, we're going to send it either to their support group or directly to their families.
And speaking of prisoners and underwear,
that segue.
Jock,
hey,
the man of the hour, Jock Palfreeman, who
How's it
has
going?
been a prisoner and is a fan of underwear, I've been told.
I
Jock,
can't.
can we hear you?
I think he's on mute.
Are you muted? Yeah, it looks like you're
Freeze.
can't
Oh, no.
unmute, guys. Their mic
Now?
is not connected. There you go.
Good, we're good.
So, what an introduction. Underwear and prisons.
Be the name of your biography.
Yeah, jocks in prison. There's probably a few.
Jocks
There's
and
probably a
jocks.
few. There's probably a few pornos by that name.
If there's not, there can be.
I'm sure there already are.
You money making picture for you there, Jock.
I'd just like to add on to what Walter was saying. Now, recently, Bulgaria has come under fire from some, I don't know what to call them, but some more progressive tendencies within the European Union now, because basically the European People's Party. To explain it because I guess most people watching are probably from America. So you have 27, I think, member states of the European Parliament. So it's kind of like early days of like United States of America, where states joined a federal coalition or alliance or whatever, which is what the European Union basically is now. And so you have national parties, and then you also have European pan-national coalitions, which are also, in a way, political parties. So in Bulgaria, one of the national parties is called GERB, ran by Boyko Borisov, who's basically been in charge of Bulgaria for the last 12 years. And then his European formation that he's a member of, his party is a member of, is called European People's Party, EPP. And basically, the Bulgarian party, GERB, basically had an agreement with Erdogan in Turkey that anyone Erdogan wanted, they were sending back to Turkey. And this was basically political pressure on the judicial system. So people wanted by Erdogan, whether they were connected with Kurdish movements, whether they were connected with anti-fascist movements, whether they were connected with the what's the movement now that split with Erdogan, that now they're being persecuted. I've forgotten what they're called. The ones Erdogan is accusing of the military coup, of organizing the military coup. I watched a documentary about them just like a couple of weeks ago, but I can't remember them now. Anyway, the Gulen movement.
Yeah.
So basically, long story short, they were once the biggest supporters of Erdogan, and they had a falling out somewhere along the way, and Erdogan has basically turned them into the scapegoats. They're a democratic or moderate Islamic group in Turkey, and they've basically been the scapegoats for every problem in Turkey by Erdogan. So anyway, anyone who's connected with the Gulen movement, with Kurdish movements, with anti-fascist, anyone connected with anti-Erdogan movements, basically the deal was you keep your borders closed, so the Turkish police are going to stop immigrants and refugees coming through Turkey into Bulgaria. Bulgaria is on the border with Turkey. And in exchange for that, we will send you anybody you want. So there was a fighter from YPG.
Refugee?
Yeah, a foreigner fighter, I think from France, who contacted me some years ago and said, I'm going to come to Bulgaria. Can I come and see you and things like this? And can I give a talk about what's happening in Kurdistan? And I said, don't. And I convinced this person not to come to Bulgaria because if the person was on the wanted list by Erdogan in Bulgaria, basically Bulgaria was the only country and still is the only country in the whole of European Union that will send anybody back to Turkey, no questions asked, basically. And that's done through corruption. That's done through corruption, whereby the Bulgarian government is pressuring the judicial system to implement governmental policy above the constitution, above the laws, whereby refugees and people who will be subject to torture should not be sent back to Turkey. So it's like 3 or 4 aspect problems at the same time. Corruption in the judicial system, where judges are not ruling according to the law. Collaboration with Erdogan and his repression of political opposition. And that was done in exchange for Erdogan promising to have the army and the police at the border with Bulgaria to stop immigrants coming to Bulgaria. So that's why most immigrants and refugees, asylum seekers, went to Greece, because Erdogan didn't have good relationships with Greece, so he pulled the state security forces away from the borders with Greece, whereas he put more state security forces on the border with Bulgaria, as Bulgaria was playing ball with Erdogan. So yeah, I just wanted to add that in to continue on what you guys were speaking about before.
That's some heavy shit, man.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, Bulgaria goes under the radar for a lot of stuff because it's the poorest country in the European Union.
Right.
People don't even know where it is. Like, I got letters in prison saying, "What are you doing in Belgium?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm not in Belgium. I'm in Bulgaria." So like, Bulgaria gets away with a lot of shit because there's 6.5 million people, poorest country in the EU, but it does play important roles between the EU and Turkey, and it's in an important geographical location. But so it does a lot of stuff that goes under the radar that people are not paying attention to.
Yeah. How much do you think Bulgaria's alignment with Turkey's fascist and genocidal policies towards Kurds has to do with how corrupt Bulgaria is?
Completely.
Yeah.
Completely for a couple of reasons, but primarily because the corruption, and there's a problem with the translation of the word corruption from English to Bulgarian. In English, corruption just means like you're not doing your job properly.
Right.
It could be because you're taking a bribe. It could be because of nepotism. Like, corruption is a broad word for basically, abuse of power is a form of corruption. Whereas in Bulgarian, like if there are any Bulgarians watching, so that's why I'm explaining this. In the Bulgarian language, generally the term corruption just means taking a bribe. So I just want to explain that corruption is the broad, like abuse of power, lack of rule of law, bribes, embezzlement, like it's all corruption. Yeah. So corruption is absolutely the number one factor because the laws are clear in protecting the rights of political asylum seekers from any country, including Turkey. So Turkey's human rights abuses are well documented. There should be no judge in Bulgaria who would approve sending back any political asylum seeker to Turkey who is not corrupt. Basically, every judge who sends any judge who sends a political refugee back to Turkey is corrupt. Basically, they're following political instructions from their bosses who say, this will be good for your career, send this guy back. You'll be doing a favor to the ruling party, and then we'll help you later get promotions and get promotions in your career, and you'll go up. So the judges know that those who fulfill the political agenda of the ruling party, they go up in their careers. They become bosses of the regions, and they become national bosses of the judge of their area of courts. They become the bosses of those areas, which comes with higher prestige, with more power, with more wages. So it's absolutely corruption. The second, so it's firstly corruption. Secondly, with the immigration wave that came through Europe, it was also, of course, it was facilitated through corruption, but it was also motivated politically, in that the European People's Party, GERB, controlled by Boyko Borisov, they were able to basically greatly reduce the amount of immigrants coming to and through Bulgaria by doing this deal with Erdogan. So, and now I think I touched on it briefly earlier. Now what's happening is Cortes. We have a large Turkish minority in the south, which is often mentioned by Erdogan. So Boyko playing nice. No, I don't agree with that at all. There is a large Turkish minority in in Bulgaria, and this is mostly used by fascists in Bulgaria to claim that Turkey has territorial claims and ethnic claims and political claims on the territory of Bulgaria, because there is an ethnic Turkish population within Bulgaria. But the truth is that the Turkish ethnic minority within Bulgaria are not all aligned to Erdogan at all. Actually, the ethnic Bulgarian government is probably a bigger fan and supporter and collaborator with Erdogan than the ethnic Turkish Bulgarians, and that's because ethnic Turkish Bulgarians don't have so much to owe Erdogan at all, but the Boyko Borisov, who's ethnic Bulgarian, he absolutely adores Erdogan because he made this deal with them. We'll send you back all your political refugees, political, prisoners. We'll send them all back to you. You can do what you want with them. Just keep your borders closed. Don't let any Syrians or Afghanis or Pakistanis, don't let them come into Bulgaria. So it was absolutely a political move, and now there are some, more progressive people within the European Union who are taking a look at this, and they're looking at the court decisions that were clearly in violation. But this is kind of the way Bulgaria operates. It's like better to ask for forgiveness later than for permission. So
Right.
the Bulgarian state knows they can send whoever they want back to Erdogan to be tortured or killed or murdered, and none of the decision makers will ever take personal responsibility. So even if the state has to pay some compensation to the family of the prisoners who were sent back to Turkey, who then face torture or murder or whatever, they don't care. It's taxpayer money. It's not from their pocket. And this is a repeating problem within Bulgaria as a whole, that the state can violate human rights, and none of the actors, none of the police or the judges or prosecutors or politicians who actually are the people who sign the documents, who actually make the orders to make those violations, they are absolutely protected by the law, in that no state employee can be or is ever indicted or charged or made personally liable. Basically nothing will change in Bulgaria basically until state bureaucrats, state workers start being made accountable and responsible for their individual actions. Who sent this guy back to Turkey to be tortured? Which judge was it? Okay, that's a violation. European Court of Human Rights, for example, has said this is a violation of his human rights. Who was the judge who signed off on that? It was this judge. Okay, now you have to pay a fine from your pocket.
Right.
Until that starts happening, the state, bureaucrats, the state workers, they know they can violate anyone's rights, and they're, unaccountable. They can't be made accountable. They can't be punished. They can't be arrested. They can't be charged. They can't be made to pay compensation from their pocket. So
there's no motivation to change the system. Then the the authorities have basically carte blanche to do what they want.
Absolutely, they do absolutely. And there have been going a little bit off topic from the Erdogan context, but I mean there are police who have murdered people, and the European Court of Human Rights has said, because the Bulgarian authorities have refused. So a lot of people think that European Court of Human Rights is kind of like the point of first call, but actually, the European Court of Human Rights is where you go after you've exhausted all the national remedies. It's called the legal term is. So you've gone to the police, you've gone to the prosecutors, they've made investigations, or they have even refused to start investigations. So basically, you've gone everywhere. You've gone to judges, prosecutors, police. Everyone has said, we don't think there's a problem here. Everything's okay. After they've refused to do anything, then you go to the European Court of Human Rights. And then there have been so many decisions from the European Court of Human Rights that says this guy was murdered by the police. And so for like 10 years or 5 years or 10 years, the Bulgarian police, the Bulgarian prosecutors, the Bulgarian judges, they've said, no murder here, everything's okay, it was a mistake, or we don't know who murdered him. And so, for example, like there are 5 police beating and torturing one detainee, one suspect, and he dies. And the Bulgarian court say, we don't know who of the police killed him, because there were 5 there. It could have been any one of them. And of course, there are other countries that have a law that says that if you are not telling the truth as a cop, it's a crime in itself. You're obliged to be a witness.
Right.
Whereas in Bulgaria, there's no such requirement. So literally, and this happened in the prison when I was there. 5 guards went into a room, tortured one guy. The prisoner went in the room walking. 5 guards go in after him. After that, the 5 guards leave, and he's so fucked up they have to take him out on a wheelchair.
Wow.
Yeah, and then after that, the prosecutor says, we don't know which one of the guards tortured him. So we can't indict one or the other. Whereas there are other countries that would say, actually, okay, we can't indict one guy that he tortured him, but we're going to indict all of them that they are obstructing justice or refusing to cooperate or not being witnesses or whatever. Bulgaria doesn't have any of those requirements. So the European Court of Human Rights says this guy has tortured him. The police have tortured him. The police have murdered him, and still, the Bulgarian, the person in charge of implementing decisions from the European Court of Human Rights is actually the head prosecutor of Bulgaria, and this is another complete huge catastrophe that the head prosecutor of Bulgaria is elected by the government. By the same corrupt people,
right?
So it's just the Bulgarian term is called magic circle. It's a magic circle. You just keep going around in circles.
Yeah.
So you have a corrupt government. You have a corrupt government murdering people, who then appoint the person to investigate the murders, who is appointed by the same corrupt government to investigate the people they murder, and you just go around in a circle.
Yeah.
Wow, that's maddening. That is totally maddening.
What about outside of the political sphere? What is kind of the on the streets? What does that look like as far as fascism in Bulgaria?
Good question. So there were massive anti-government protests last year, and I mean, basically, long story short, almost every second building in any city you go to in Bulgaria has a swastika on it. Swastikas, Hail Hitler, 88, Combat 17, or whatever the hell they call themselves now. I don't know, Blood and Honor. Like, basically I think a chapter of KKK opened in one of the cities in Bulgaria a couple of years ago.
Really?
Which is, well, I mean, it's also ironic because all these organizations like historically hated Slavic people, and Bulgarians are considered greatly to be Slavic.
A lot of those white supremacist organizations would be a little sketched out with your average Bulgarian, I think. Yeah, they don't. I don't think they picture Bulgarians as the Aryan ideal. So a bit ironic. It's kind of like South American, Latin American neo-Nazis.
Yeah. How does that come about?
Yeah.
There's an Australian comedian who I love so much. He's ethnically Jewish, although I think he's really not religiously Jewish. His name's John Saffron, and he had a DVD series that I got when I was a kid. I hope he's not offended by that, telling his age. But but it was John Safran versus God, and he basically went around to different religions and making fun of them and trying to join the religions. He went to somewhere in America. He drank peyote and was vomiting, and had a vision quest with some peyote church in America, in the United States somewhere. But for me, the funniest one he did was he met with some grand wizard of the KKK in somewhere in America, and basically he didn't tell them that he was ethnically Jewish.
Yeah.
And at the end of the meeting, like the grand wizard is in paramilitary uniform, LARPing, of course, showing him around the temple of the KKK, and it's like, here, this is our Christian. This is our Christian flag. This is our KKK flag. This is the part of the Bible that we open to justify that we're racist and like sword on the Bible and things like this. And at the end of it, at the end of it, John Safran, he said something like, "Okay, so I'm ethnically Jewish. Can I join the KKK?" And you should just see this guy's face. He was so uncomfortable. and he said, "Well, no, you can't."
Minute.
Yeah. He said, "Well, no, you can't." And he said, "Well, wait a minute. You didn't. Once upon a time, you didn't let Catholics join, and now you let them join. So I'm just wondering if there's ever going to be a time when you let Jews join." and this guy was so freaked out. And then it gets funnier, but it's a bit off topic right now. But he said, "Well, actually, I have more of a reason to hate Jews than you, because everyone I hate in my family are Jews." So he starts playing with this grand wizard of the KKK. It's hilarious. I recommend everyone to Google John Safran and check him out. I mean, he was fighting fascism before it was trendy.
Before it was cool.
But so the KKK didn't let Catholics in one time, or the Masons. So maybe they're letting Slavic people. Maybe the Nazis are accepting Slavic people now. I don't know what they're doing now. Maybe they're so desperate they'll start accepting all races and religions. I don't know. But so in Bulgaria, like every second building basically has a swastika or some type of fascist graffiti on it.
Wow.
The last year, I really wanted to speak about this. So the last year, there have been an increase of fascist attacks. A lot of people try to blame the elections on that, but I don't think that's true at all. I think these fascist groups are independent from major political parties, and they're working on their own. Like Bulgaria, because of June, LGBT month. There's been a wave of homophobic stickers and graffiti across Bulgaria, protecting the so-called traditional family and things like this. Just it's kicked off last year. Neo-Nazis surrounded a park in the city of Plovdiv, and they attacked and beat everyone who they thought were gay. So these were not openly gay people, or they're not like they don't have tattooed on their head, "I'm gay," and the Nazis like, "Oh, he's gay." It was anyone in the park who they thought was gay or not gay. They were beating and attacking, and and then there were some counter protests against those attacks, and the state didn't help. Of course, the police didn't care, and neo-Nazis sprayed death threats on the walls of the apartments of LGBT activists with their full name, first and last name. Joe Blow, you will swing from the ropes. Spray painted in big letters across the family apartment block. So this is actually a crime in Bulgaria. It's a crime to give a death threat. I was in prison with some people who were incarcerated for giving death. I was in prison with one guy who's really not a bad guy, but he talks too much, and every time he gets pissed off, he says, "I'm gonna kill you," and he's not serious, but he got a conviction for saying to a guy, "I'm gonna kill you." So this is actually a crime in Bulgaria, but the police don't investigate it. They don't care. Human rights activists have been attacked by neo-Nazis. LGBT the activists have been attacked by neo-Nazis. It's kind of like to a point where like really they started at just attacking anyone who they were presuming to be LGBT. And this was organized attacks. They were coming in groups surrounding the park and going from one end to the other, attacking everyone who they thought were gay. And they call it cleaning the park, you know? So after this happened, not a single political party came out with a statement against these neo-Nazi attacks. Not a single one.
Disgusting.
Some individual people did, but as a party as a whole, not a single party came out and said we condone these neo-Nazi attacks on Bulgarian citizens. Yeah, so I really just wanted to speak about that, especially today, that attacks from neo-Nazis in Bulgaria have actually gone up.
Would you say this gone
I
up
really
over the
think.
last year?
Sorry.
Would you say that the level of violence from the hands of fascists in Bulgaria has increased over the last year?
I don't know exactly about level, but more public. So,
Right.
I mean, I was in prison with a couple of neo-Nazis who I was in prison with one infamous neo-Nazi who was in a neo-Nazi gang cleaning the parks, who murdered one man who was waiting at the bus stop, who the neo-Nazis thought was gay, but actually nobody knows actually if he was gay or not, because at least he wasn't openly gay. So actually nobody knows if he was actually gay or not, but the neo-Nazis, for them, he was gay, and they murdered him whilst he was waiting at the bus.
Right.
It was near a park, and he was waiting at the bus to go home. I was in prison with another neo-Nazi, actually from the same gang that I had a fight with, but he joined the gang after I went to prison. The gang that I had a fight with got a lot bigger after my melee with them, and he was in prison. Two of them who were members of the gang, Levski South Division. They were in prison for attempted murder of a trans woman. Again, they were like cleaning the parks, going around parks, and basically trying to murder anyone who they thought was connected or related or from the LGBT community.
That's awful.
Sorry?
That is horrific. Absolutely horrific.
Yeah.
I'm
And
curious. I'm curious to know, do they think they're that good at spotting different kinds of people, gay or trans, or do they just care that little that they are happy to kill people who are not even that? Which doesn't matter either way, but the fact that they're just such carte blanche about it,
The problem is, I don't know if you knew what question you were asking or what answer you'd get, but we kind of go into murky waters here, because at least the two neo-Nazis that I was in prison with, it's like 99% chance that they themselves are gay men, and they have not come to terms to accept that they themselves are gay. And like I'm part of a lot of LGBT Facebook groups in Bulgaria, and some people have kind of twigged on what's happening without kind of at least consciously understanding what's happening. Like one openly gay friend of mine said, how is it that the neo-Nazis know more about what we're doing than we know ourselves? And that's because I think so many of the neo-Nazis are actually mostly gay men who feel pressured into proving that they're not gay by joining anti-gay movements. So they're in LGBT groups. They are flirting with openly gay men, with trans women, and then at the same time they're pretending to their neo-Nazi friends, "Oh, I'm not gay. Here, I'm only part of this group. Here's the information where you can go and beat them and attack them," kind of thing. So one of the neo-Nazis, his name is Radi, he was for the murder of one allegedly, at least alleged according to him, one gay man. So he was in a neo-Nazi group who murdered one gay man, and he was in prison in a cell with his cellmate. There were only two men in the cell at one of the prisons I went to, and his cellmate was an openly gay man. And so here we have an alleged neo-Nazi who was literally in prison for murdering somebody due to homophobia, and then we have him living in the cell with an openly gay man, and then there was kind of like a scandal in the prison when his cellmate left the prison. He went free and came back to visit him in the prison, and when they met in the visit room, the openly gay man came to kiss him on the lips. And Radi, who is covered in neo-Nazi tattoos, pushed him away and said, "What the hell are you doing? There are people here." So, so I think this is one aspect of the problem that I think it's very difficult to speak about, because it's kind of like bordering on homophobia to think that so many homophobes and neo-Nazis themselves are actually closeted gay men. But I think
it's a very common thing. There's a lot of politicians who are very staunchly, anti-gay and putting in anti-gay bills that are closet gay or bisexual people.
Oh, it goes back. It goes back to our history. I mean, there's a number of openly gay Nazis in Nazi Germany, and the SS like Ernst Röhm was like the highest-ranking openly gay Nazi. There's a lot of projection. You know what I mean? It's easy to if you're there's a neo-Nazi gay gang in Russia. Like their logo is literally a swastika made out of dicks. That's right. That's right.
And I read an article written by them back in 2003 or 2004. They were complaining about homophobia in the Nazi movement.
That's the real. We need a more.
I can't believe that there'd be any homophobia in the Nazi movement.
It's shocking, but
no.
All right.
No.
So crazy.
And they were openly Nazi, openly gay, male gay group complaining about homophobia from other Nazis. And they had this whole woman hating. They had this whole woman hating ideology that they are real men because they only sleep with other men and they don't touch women and blah blah blah. It's something crazy like that.
It's a very curious group for sure. I have to ask, Jock, you were in prison with neo-Nazis as probably the most well-known anti-fascist in Bulgaria. Like, what was that like?
At least the most well-known since at least World War II.
Right.
Absolutely. What was it like? I mean, it was really good. It was good. It was good. Because like most of the neo-Nazis are connected with power. They're connected with political parties and with judges and stuff. So they're actually, a lot of them are very afraid to kind of make any problems at all because they have their connections to help them out. So they're just kind of waiting for that to happen to leave,
Right.
So whereas me, I was kind of like damned from the beginning. It didn't matter what I did. I was just always stuffed. So I kind of had less to lose than them. And so a lot of them were actually wary and more afraid of me than anything else. Like I didn't. Because I didn't have anything to lose. I didn't have any privileges. So if there was a fight, there was no way to punish me because everything that could have been taken from me had already been taken from me. Whereas they were given positions within the prison of privilege, and if there was a problem, they would lose that just because it would become too much of a problem for the state to continue to protect them and to continue that privilege. But I mean, there were a couple of times there was never any feeling of conflict. But I was taking the piss out of them like every moment I could. I was making fun of them so much. Like I remember one time I walked into the center of the yard and there was a group of neo-Nazis there sitting together in a group. And I walked up to them and I said, "You know what, guys? You guys are right. I've been wrong all this time. Nazism really is the right way. I've been wrong. I'm wrong." I'm shouting in the yard, and like people are looking at me and like, "What's this guy on about? Why is he shouting?" And I'm shouting in Bulgarian for everyone to hear. And I said, okay. And I said, you know what, guys, I'm gonna be a Nazi from now on. And the Nazis are sitting there like, oh, where's this crackpot going with this? And I said, so I'm Aryan, I'm Western European, I'm Nordic, and you guys are Slavic, so you guys are all my bitches now.
How'd that go over with them?
And yeah, they were not so happy with that.
You like it, eh?
Some reason that didn't go over that well.
But every time I saw a swastika tattoo, that kind of came up. Okay, so you're working for me now.
It's amazing. Wow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Bulgaria sounds like it's in a real dire straits right now, but I'm wondering if you get any sense of anti-fascist resistance to what's going on there, and if there is, if you could like let us know what's going on in terms of the anti-fascist side of things, or just the human rights side of.
Yeah. The anti-fascist movement is kind of not really considered anti-fascist movement.
Right.
It's kind of like it's generally moderate liberal, left liberal movement, and they don't consider themselves specifically anti-fascist because it's connected with history and the meaning of words and language in Bulgaria. So the Bulgarian Communist Party coined the phrase anti-fascists because it was used as the justification for closing the borders with every other country. So if you guys remember history, the Berlin Wall wasn't called the Berlin Wall in the socialist countries; it was called the Anti-Fascist Wall. So a lot of repressive measures and by the state against the populace, whether they were fascists or not, of course. And I mean, the irony is that a lot of fascists after World War II actually joined the communist parties in the different countries. So they were a lot of the fascist movement was actually amalgamated, was actually absorbed into the state structure post World War II, which a lot of people don't talk about or don't know. So a lot of repression against a lot of when you use the word anti-fascist post World War II in Bulgaria or the Soviet Union, a lot of the time it was used to repress actually the democratic movement. Not just liberals but also anarchists as well. And so when you use the word anti-fascist in Bulgaria now, it doesn't have the same meaning that we know it to mean. So but practically speaking, the majority of people who are fighting the fascist parties are left liberals. There is it's mostly a historical thing that from the Bulgarian Communist Party, they really did destroy the whole idea of an anti-capitalist, anti-fascist movement, or even just the terms or words have basically been destroyed by the Bulgarian Communist Party. So the majority of people who are practically fighting against the fascists in Bulgaria, they are more moderate liberals, which is also in a way problematic. There is a very, very small group that has now started to form in Bulgaria, although it's a little bit complicated. But long story short, some of their members were friends with a guy who was friends with Nazis, and for like maybe the last 6 years. So for the last 6 years, this guy, his name's Chriso, he was friends with neo-Nazis, some of the guys who I had to fight with, and then he spread the rumor that I was not politically motivated, that it was a bar fight, that the guys who I had to fight with were not neo-Nazis, and then that because he's friends with them, he's trying to explain every way possible not to support me, because he's afraid that if left-wing anti-fascists are supporting me, then he'll have problems with his fascist friends. So basically, he single-handedly sabotaged the left-wing anti-capitalist, anti-fascist movement for like the last 6 years. Finally, a year ago, he got outed. Yeah, it was about a year ago. He got outed. A Bulgarian coming from Greece saw him with a group of fascists and was like, "What the hell is this? How is it possible that this guy who is basically the leader of the anti-fascist organization in Sofia the capital city of Bulgaria. How is it possible that he's friends with so many Nazis?
No kidding.
And
Yeah.
I wasn't shocked at all because my sources had told me that he was good friends with them, and that's why he took this position on me for 6 years. And they had a stupid idea of democracy through consensus. So if a single member of their organization voted no, it was basically a veto vote. So basically, like from 11 anti-fascists would vote, yeah, we want to support Jock, and he was like the 12th vote and said, no, we're not, and that's a veto vote and finished. Yeah,
that's a real dangers with consensus-based decision making. Is if you don't have it set up properly, it can really lead to something like that happening.
It's dictatorship. It's dictatorship, isn't it? It's dictatorship.
It can be, yeah.
You can establish a status quo, and then just through a veto, you just continue the status quo, and you don't need to do anything actually. But anyway, so after he was, you
go ahead.
After he was found with neo-Nazis, he was kind of excommunicated from there. But the damage he did was continued. So now there is a new so-called anti-fascist group, and I don't know any of them. And yet, every time I've tried to work with them, they say no. We're friends with these guys, and we know we believe them, and so we're not going to work with you. Yeah. It continues to this day.
Wow.
It continues to this day. So for example, I asked a comrade who started working with them a couple of months ago, can we talk? I want to speak about the neo-Nazis attacking people in Bulgaria. And he said, no, I can't speak with you, because if I speak with you, then these other people are not going to work with me. So
that is incredible.
So that's a major problem in Bulgaria, is that people are basically friends mostly due to geography rather than based on beliefs and ideology. So there are a lot of people in the left, the so-called left and so-called anti-fascist movement in Bulgaria, who actually are like best mates with neo-Nazis. And then and that was actually a big problem from when I was and the irony with that is that actually the people who call themselves anti-fascists, they're actually more compromised than the liberals who don't consider themselves anti-fascist, yet they're the ones who are fighting against racism. They're the ones fighting against homophobia. They're the ones who are giving money. They're the ones who are going on protests. They're the ones who are showing their faces. They're not afraid to stand up to the state, to the police, to be followed or identified or whatever. Right. And then let's say the more anarchist, the anarchist anti-fascists, they're hiding. They don't show their faces, and they are actually more compromised than the liberal movement, which is, of course, for me, that's that's a shame. But you work with where you can, But so recently the fascist part. So anyway, the good news is that the liberal parties have smashed the fascist parties at the elections. By the way, for the American viewers, when I say liberal, I don't even know what I mean anymore. The words are so confusing now. When I mean liberal, I mean right-wing parties. I don't mean, like in the USA, they use the word liberal to mean left-wing. I mean, when I say liberal, I mean right-wing. So.
Well, to be fair, technically, when people say liberal in USA, it's also right wing.
True.
Okay, I guess it depends what communities you're from. There's definitely some Facebook groups I've been in the USA where they're calling communists liberals and socialists liberals and liberals are socialists, and it gets very confusing. So the liberals smashed the fascists at the last elections, and the last two elections, the fascists who have been in government, in a coalition government for the last 4 years, the fascists were in government, and when they were in government, they used their power, really, in layman's terms, to screw me. So the last 3 years in prison, they screwed me so hard. Every day they were calling the prison, do this with Jock. They were harassing me. Directly from the Ministry of Justice, orders were coming down the telephone to the prison administration about me personally, like what I was allowed to do and not allowed to do. So they were in government they were in coalition government together with the European People's Party, Boyko Borisov. So Boyko Borisov, which is also a liberal party, was in coalition government with a fascist coalition, VMRO, Attacker, and NFSB, 3 fascist parties. And there were elections in April. They got smashed. They didn't even get into parliament at all, not even as opposition, nothing.
That's good.
Then, because no one could form a government, there were re-elections in last month in June. They got smashed again. They didn't get into parliament.
Good.
So the reformist liberals who are taking a stand against corruption, their votes have gone up, and they're basically it's so basically, like, it's good news that the fascists are out of not just out of government but out of parliament. Like I think really now there is a chance for a lot of, not a lot, but like little change, not big changes, but a lot of little changes can happen now in Bulgaria without the interference of the fascists.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like as anarchists, we usually don't put too much stock in elections, but that really it is dependent on the country and the situation as well.
Big mistake.
So,
Yeah.
How much change do you think how much effect do you think this will actually have? Is it? So you think it's going to
huge.
have
It's day and night.
a big effect? Okay.
Oh yeah, day and night. I mean, I was arguing with a lot of my comrades who are anarchists and saying like voting really does matter, because in Bulgaria it's like 30% of people vote, and then 12% of the vote. So 12% or 30% of people who voted for the fascists, and with 12% of 30% of voters, they made a government for 4 years, and the fascists controlled the police, the military, the prisons, the hospitals, the schools. Like they were changing curriculum for the schools to brainwash children with fascist ideology. They basically let neo-Nazis out of prison and then repressed me, being anti-fascist, in prison. They God knows how many people in the military they promoted. They made like a type of bureaucratic genocide in the state. So basically everyone who was not anti-fascist by name but anti-fascist by nature was basically dismissed and fired from the state apparatus, and then their guys who were like completely loyal to the fascist parties were promoted. They were promoted and put up. So it will take years actually until the people promoted. Actually, you know what? It will take years, but now there is a caretaker government. So there is an enemy party that is now running the government, and they basically have fired basically every head of every state bureaucracy, like prisons, medical care, schools, military, police. Basically, they just fired basically everyone who had been promoted for the last 4 years. And this happens a lot in Bulgaria.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, as the power shifts, you want to get the people that were appointed to positions of power in the system out of those positions. So I can understand that.
Yes and no. I mean, the reason why you want to do that is because the bureaucrats are loyal to political parties and not loyal to the law. So so if you have a bureaucracy that is loyal to the constitution and loyal to the law, it doesn't matter which political party is going to be there. They're going to be fulfilling the orders that they get from above, which of course for us here speaking now, that's another problem. But it's some type of stability based on democracy, based on, maybe not direct or democracy, but bourgeois democracy. Whereas what's happening in Bulgaria is that the bureaucrats are not loyal to the law. They're loyal to whoever is the minister. And then, so the minister changes, and then that guy is actually, the head of that bureaucracy is actually going to be sabotaging the work of the ministry, because the minister is from now an opposition party. So actually, it's like, in a way, it's in a way, it's extremely unstable bourgeois democracy.
No kidding.
So so it'll take years actually. So for example, I'll give you an example. There was I have this problem. I keep saying neo-Nazi, there was a literal Nazi from World War II, and the fascist party in government, VMRO, the Minister of Defense was from the fascist party. He was also Vice Prime Minister. I'm actually suing him now for libel because he lied about me on TV.
Tell me about that.
And so I have a court case against him. I'll get to that in a second. So this Minister of Defense, his name is Karkachanov. This Minister of Defense, he gave a medal. He gave an award, like it's an award for service to the country. He gave a medal to a literal Nazi from World War II, who was the leader of a Nazi organization from World War II. This Nazi, he survived World War II. He survived the Soviet Union coming, and like 3 years ago, I think now, officially in the name of the state, the Minister of Defense gave him a medal and said, "Thank you for your service to your country." And this is a guy who was leader of a literal see, I keep doing it. He was leader of a literal Nazi organization, like original Nazi, allied with Hitler. Like, and so like voting really does matter. Like it can be a big change. Are you going to vote? Are you going to vote for the people who are going to glorify and give medals and assertions and certificates and thank Nazis for their roles during World War II? Right. Or are you going to vote for people who are just going to exploit you economically? You know, I mean, it really does make a difference.
Wow. Oh, that is crazy. Tell us about your lawsuit.
Yeah.
So the lawsuit against Karakachanov it's a bit strange. Probably there's no such thing in the United States or in Australia. So it's a criminal lawsuit. It's not exactly like administrative or something. Or it's not civil. It's criminal of nature. But because it's considered such a low crime, I'm allowed to basically act as a prosecutor. In layman's terms, I'm allowed to be an accuser. So I've accused Karakachanov of lying. So when I left prison in 2019, Karakachanov said on TV something in the way of when Jock left prison, he showed the middle finger to the director of the prison, and then the Minister of Defense himself showed the middle finger on national TV. So so then immediately after he did that, journalists started calling me and saying, "Is it true that when you left prison, you were showing your middle finger when you left prison?" And I said, and I got angry, of course. I was very pissed off and distraught. And I said, what the hell's wrong with you? There were 100 journalists outside the prison. Your cameramen were outside the prison filming me when I left. Why don't you just watch the video footage? Why are you calling me? Like it was literally live on Bulgarian TV when I left the prison. And there were 100, there's over 100 journalists there recording me when I left prison, and it's clear that I didn't show the middle finger when I left prison. Because the other thing that's also important from a legal perspective is in Bulgaria, if you show the middle finger in public, it's a crime. It's actually a crime. It's considered like something. It's considered something like civil disobedience or public nuisance or something like that. So there are actually people. There are literally people in prison now. Because when they went to court, the journalists were around them, and they showed their middle finger to the journalists when they came to court. So the journalists are harassing them and giving them and abusing them verbally, and they show the middle finger, and then the prosecutor charges them, and the judge says, "Yeah, this is a public nuisance," and gives them 4 months prison or 6 months prison for showing the middle finger. And the law is that if you say somebody has made a crime and they haven't made a crime, this is also a crime.
Yeah, that's
so
accusations. Yeah,
exactly, false accusations. So basically, in layman's terms, this is what the Minister of Defense did for me. He went out on national TV and he lied and said Jock did this and this and this, and I didn't do any of the things he said. And so, and get this, it gets even better. I have a friend who made a very good joke. I'll tell you in a second. So, so the trial starts. The judge asks the national TV channel, please give us a copy of the video footage of the Minister of Defense, what he said about Jock and how he showed what Jock said. So it's basically him showing his middle finger. Breadbeard, if you have a second, could you Google Karakachanov middle finger, and you're gonna find the photo. I'd love you to show it now. I'd love you to show it. It'll come up on Google. It's I'll just I'll write it for you. That's his name there. I've written it in the chat.
That'll make that a lot easier for me.
Yeah, it's a bit long.
Yeah.
So I'd love you to show the photo of him giving the middle finger. So where was I up to? So the court ordered the TV channel, please send us a copy of the interview or of Karakachanov on TV, and the video was on disc in the case file. And after a month, we go and the judge says, "I want to watch the video now." Oh, look at that! Somebody has stolen the video from the case file. Literally, the evidence was stolen.
Oh, really?
The evidence was stolen from the court, from the court file. Someone in the court, obviously like a court clerk, a court secretary, somebody in the court stole the disc. So the judge goes, "Okay, no problem. We'll ask the channel to send it again." Right. So the court ordered the TV channel, "Send it again, please." And the channel said, "No, we're not going to send it." So then the judge said, "Okay, screw this." And of course, I'm paraphrasing. Oh, you found it, did you?
Is this it?
Yeah, yeah, that's him. That's him in all his glory. So that's Karakachanov talking about me on TV. It's become an icon in Bulgaria. It's used everywhere. Whenever anyone is speaking about him, that's the photo they use. And actually, probably 90% of Bulgarians don't actually know that he in that frame, in that photo on live on national TV, it's he's actually speaking about me. So people don't actually, a lot of people in Bulgaria don't actually know that actually he's speaking about me, but there is. So I'm suing him.
This is the exact face of
so he's saying when Jock, it's the face I make when I'm on the toilet.
Wow. So when is that coming up? How do you think that's going to go?
I don't know. So the judge requested that the footage of him lying about me be downloaded from YouTube because it's everywhere. It went viral. So it's a bit odd. I mean, they delayed the court hearing until after the elections. They wanted to delay the court hearing until after the elections, and they succeeded in doing that by having someone in the court steal the evidence. But the judge ordered that it be downloaded from, I guess, from YouTube, and we're going to wait for a decision anytime now. But really bizarre. Like they got the ex-director of the prison to come in. They got the PR from the Fascist Party to come in and testify. And what these people have to do with the court was not explained by them at all. Oh, it gets even more crazy. The lawyer who is representing the leader of the Fascist Party, she was filmed by journalists who had a hidden camera selling babies from orphanages.
Oh my God!
Come on, really?
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus!
Yeah,
wow.
And she's still a lawyer.
Amazing.
And the footage of her selling babies is still on YouTube. You can just Google her name and it comes up.
That's like cartoon villain level.
Seriously, that is.
Yeah. I mean, they don't even pretend. But I mean, this is the thing with the fascists. They're basically a criminal enterprise, basically for their own, for their own profit, their own gain, for their own, for their
crony capitalism, man. It's they take over a system, and then they game the system so themselves and their friends get all the money. That's how fascists work with capitalism, right? They just like, oh, we'll keep capitalism, but there's no competition anymore if you're competing with us or our friends. We're just going to take your things.
Yeah, and then of course the combination of the state and profit, using the state also to profit. is very typical as well. Like she obviously had connections in the adoption agency, and that's how it was working.
Yeah.
And there's a law that says you're not allowed to film people without their permission. So basically, the footage filming her asking for money for people to adopt children, basically probably I don't know it, but probably it couldn't be used in a court of law. But I mean, even if she wasn't convicted for that, which obviously she wasn't, because she's still a lawyer.
Right.
Like, why would you use her as your lawyer, as your defense, if you're the vice prime minister of a country? Because you don't care. They don't care. They're so arrogant. They have so much power. They're so arrogant. Like, imagine there was video footage of my lawyer being a pedophile. I would say, you're not my lawyer anymore, because this is going to come back on me. I don't want any connections with that, whether you're convicted or not. And then here we have the leader of the fascist party, vice prime minister of the country, minister of defense in charge of the entire armed forces, and his lawyer is filmed selling children.
That's bonkers. That is bonkers.
And,
man.
So I had one friend tell me, Jock, whenever I'm going to make a crime, I'm going to take you with me, because the video footage is going to disappear immediately.
Good strategy. Good strategy.
So back in 2007, yes, my superpower. So back in 2007, the main video footage that shows the neo-Nazis attacking me, like, in black and white, to say, like, the main video footage that would have shown everything from A to Z, it went missing. And now literally we had the disc in court of the fascist leader, ex-minister of defense, vice prime minister of the country. We have the video of him lying about me on national TV. The disc is in the file, in the court, and it's stolen from the court.
Incredible.
So
this is like an episode of Better Call Saul.
Yeah. Of what?
Oh, have you seen Better Call Saul? It's about a fairly
corrupt... yeah. I love it.
I can totally see this happening.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. Amazing.
Oh, it's
that's a lot.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no kidding.
So, Jock, I don't know if you want to talk about this or not. If you don't want to, that's absolutely fine. But what's your situation like right now? What's going on with you?
How are you doing?
I mean, I'm doing better than I was when I was in prison.
Yeah, good.
Wait, that's good.
I
know you've had some pretty big, literally trials, but some pretty big tribulations come your way this year.
Yeah. I don't want to speak so much about that, because I don't want to give too much ammunition to
your enemies.
Long story short, my enemies. But it's been hard. My criminal record has been a problem for me, getting work, getting employment. You
shouldn't have, because you clearly defended yourself.
But and this is a thing that a lot of Bulgarians don't understand. A lot of people in Bulgaria think that because I was let free from prison, that somehow it was like a what you call it in English, where you're exactly. Thank you. Yeah. So a lot of Bulgarians think that just because I went free from prison, I'm somehow exonerated, connected with the video that was released on YouTube from my case in 2019. They think I was exonerated, and I'm not exonerated. I gave a request to the head prosecutor of Bulgaria, Ivan Geshev, to look at the new evidence that we found in 2019, and based on that, then to reopen my case and have a retrial. And the head prosecutor of Bulgaria, basically said, I'm not. For me, he's a convicted murderer, and there's no need to look at any new evidence. And he, in a written reply, him and another prosecutor, they wrote they wrote a refusal to even look at the evidence that we presented them. So we said, please look at this evidence, and then if you see that there is a reason here open his trial. They said, no, we will not even look at it. So they didn't even pretend to look at it and try to open my case.
Wow.
So I haven't given up on that. I think I'll never give up on trying to get a retrial and have my conviction overturned. And I also think that for anyone who thinks that I'm guilty, or anyone who still thinks that I'm guilty in any way, shape, or form, I think that the fact that I'm not going to stop and I'm never going to stop trying to get my conviction overturned, I think is, I think it proves the fact that I am not guilty of this. Because if I was guilty, I would just be grateful.
It wouldn't be
for being
worth it
free
to
and
keep trying for it. Yeah.
I wouldn't. No, if I was guilty, I'd say, okay, you got me, and now I'm free, and now I'm gonna bite my tongue and go live my life. And I'm not like that. I'm very pissed. I'm very pissed off about the conviction that they gave me, and I'm never gonna stop fighting for the truth about what happened in 2007. That the 15 neo-Nazis attacked a guy because of the color of the skin. They were calling him the Bulgarian version of the N-word. They were beating him just because of the color of his skin, not because of anything else. I went to defend him. They attacked me. I didn't mean it, but one of the neo-Nazis was killed. We have on the video footage now of him running up behind me as I'm walking away. He runs up behind me with my back turned. There's a witness who said that he was running so fast that he couldn't stop. And then I turned around in the last second and he ran into me, which and the video footage that we found in 2019 and the witness statement that we have in 2019 contradicts the lies from the neo-Nazis themselves, who said that I approached the neo-Nazi who died. I was convicted solely on the.
If I was confronted with a gang of violent armed neo-Nazis, I would charge at them, of course, by myself. That was exactly what anyone would do, right?
Yeah.
Well, so this is the thing that I was at the end of the day, the justification of the court's corrupt decision that said I was guilty is based on two of the neo-Nazis who themselves were attacking me, and they said in court that they saw me walk up to the guy. I took 2 or 3 steps. I walked up to him, stabbed him, and he died.
Right.
And we have on video footage that it's the complete opposite, that the neo-Nazi who died, he runs like 100 meters. So you have me walking away with my back towards them, and then you have him running up behind me.
Yeah.
So that's the video footage that's the video footage that we could only see last year. 2019. So now
that's incredible.
Almost 2 years ago.
Incredible.
And so there is also some good news that now there is some opposition in charge of the Bulgarian government. There's a caretaker government. Recently, the caretaker Minister of Justice gave a request to have the head prosecutor dismissed. So there is basically, it's never happened before in Bulgarian history. There is massive pressure on the head prosecutor to resign and to be dismissed because it's just so corrupt. I mean, he went on TV. He went on TV, and a journalist asked him, are you going to? Jock has given a request to renew his case, and he just said, for me, the murderer is guilty. So why would I look at something for the murderer because he made the murder and then he's a murderer and he did a murder? And so basically, actually,
very unbiased.
Very unbiased. Very exactly. Thanks, guys. Yeah, you guys understood exactly what I was getting at. So his job is not to take a side. His job is to look at the evidence and then weigh it up whether I am or am not a murderer. And he, even without looking at the evidence, he goes on TV and says, I don't care about the evidence. This guy is like this. But what I liked about that interview very much was that he repeated the word murderer like 5, 6, 7 times. Every second word was murderer. And that was because after the video came out in Bulgaria, it was no longer automatic that people in Bulgaria were referring to me as a murderer. No longer in the mind of Bulgarians, this guy Jock, he was attacked by them and he was defending himself, so he's not a murderer. And and in my mind, the reason why he came out using the word murderer so much was he was trying to reestablish the position I had in Bulgarian society up until the point of the video coming out in 2019. So up until 2019, everybody knew I was a murderer.
Yeah.
And then after it was kind of like, up until Galileus, everybody knew the world was flat. And then he comes out and says the world's round. So up until 2019, everybody knew I was a murderer. And then after the video, it was no longer automatically presumed to refer to me as murderer. And so I think I think it was like a last ditch attempt of the head prosecutor to try to bring that back into public propaganda, to try to keep that idea Jock is a murderer. Yeah, to try to get it stick again, because no longer, like, there was a day when a journalist would say to somebody, what is the murderer Jock Palfreeman doing in prison? And that basically has finished. Now it's not automatic anymore. There are, of course, some journalists, pro-government journalists, who continue that. But now the majority of people and journalists in Bulgaria, they don't refer to me as the murderer Jock Palfreeman. And that's why the head prosecutor was kind of pushed into repeating that so much. And that really showed to me desperation from the side of the state, desperation from the head prosecutor's office, that they lost the propaganda war after the video footage came out from the fight in 2007. They lost that, and no longer the public had any faith or belief in the indictment that I actually am a murderer. And so he's forced to repeat it,
Can I ask,
but basically,
go ahead.
Yeah.
It's just well,
if he gets fired, if the head prosecutor gets dismissed, if we get rid of him, and the first thing I'm going to do, literally the next day, I'm going to ask my friend and lawyer to give another request for a retrial. The second he's gone, I'm going to give another request.
Good for you.
And there's no guarantee that the next head prosecutor will be any better, but I got to try, don't I?
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, you do. Yeah.
This is a personal question. Again, feel free to answer or not answer, depending. But when you were vindicated by that video footage, when it came out, it was clearly an act of self-defense. I mean, how did you feel when that came out? How did things change for you?
Very good question. But I mean, when it came out, I was in immigration prison, so I had left criminal prison, and then they illegally were detaining me in immigration prison, trying to find a way to put me back into criminal prison.
Yeah.
So when the video footage came out, it wasn't so obvious, and also, you have social media bubbles. So at least in my bubble, it was like a big reaction, like, okay, this guy shouldn't be in prison. But you always have to, excuse me, you have to be careful not to be tricked by your own social media bubble, that it's just your people who are saying this. So I didn't actually, I had some sense of it. More people on TV came out. I mean, I had a TV there in prison, so I was watching, it was like 24 hours a day talking about me. And so I was watching the talk shows, I was watching what people were saying, and there were people who I've never met before, who I didn't know, who were coming out and saying, now we've seen this video footage, we know what the hell happened. This was a bunch of drunk young people who are from elite connected political state families. They go around beating people and attacking people, as they do. We all know that happens. And this guy, he doesn't give a shit who they are, who their parents are. And he goes and does the right thing and protects somebody. And one of them has died. And so people started saying these things which had never been said before on TV. So there was I had some idea that things had changed, but it really wasn't until I had left the immigration prison, and maybe like a week later, when I was really traveling more around on public transport and things like this, because in the first couple of days I was using taxis because I didn't know how I would be greeted on the streets. So when I stopped using taxis and I'm using buses and trains and metro, people were looking at me funny, and I was like, oh, is this some Nazi, or is this some guy who's going to attack me, or some girl who's going to attack me, or something, or give me shit, or something like that. And I was like, oh, are you being paranoid, or are they really looking at you funny? Like, what's happening here? And then they would walk up to me and say, and this happened almost every day after I left prison. and they would walk up to me and say, "Are you that guy from Australia?" And I was thinking in my mind, should I lie or should I tell the truth? I said, you know what, the truth is, honesty is the best policy. And I said, yeah, I'm that guy from Australia. And they'd put out their hand and they'd say, shake my hand. I'm with you. Don't listen to them on TV.
Awesome.
Bulgarians are with you. We're with you. We support you. We're against the mafia. We're against these elite people who think that they're better than us. And don't stop fighting. And I mean, like I was on a bus, and there was like a skinhead looking girl on the bus, or skinhead looking woman on the bus, and she was looking at me funny, and I was like, you're being paranoid. And she'd look back and look at me again. I'm like, no, she's probably just looking at something behind you. And then she got her mobile phone out and she started talking. I'm like, oh shit, is she gonna call like some Nazis or something to come and wait for me at the next bus stop or something like that? And then just before the doors opened of the bus, she came up to me and she said, are you Jock? And I said, yeah, I am. She said, I'm with you. Don't ever stop fighting. Don't ever stop giving them shit. These bastards,
Nice.
these bastards, they have destroyed Bulgaria. Don't ever stop fighting. And she shook my hand, and the doors opened, and she kind of jumped off the bus and ran away. So and I literally I was in Bulgaria for over a year, and I didn't have a single negative experience. Only positive. Only people on the buses, metros, in the streets, coming up, shaking my hand.
Right.
There were taxi drivers. I was chatting with taxi drivers, and they were giving me their phone numbers and taking selfies with me and saying, if you're ever in trouble, if you ever need anything, here's my number. Call me, and I'll come over and pick you up. Don't worry about it.
Incredible.
So
wow, that's so.
There was just it was a 180-degree change after the video came out in 2019.
It sounds to me in general like Bulgarians are fucking sick and tired of the corruption and the fascism and the oppression they live on. And you became sort of a symbol of resistance to that. And they kind of just sort of flock to that. You're really, maybe this is speaking too much, but I think you're kind of a symbol of anti-fascist resistance in Bulgaria for a lot of Bulgarians now.
Yeah, the word is not so much anti-fascist. They don't recognize that.
Right.
But it would definitely be anti-corruption connected with. I mean, like the fascists in Bulgaria, literally, they only survive and thrive because of the corruption. Because at the end of the day, if there wasn't corruption, I never would have been arrested. They would have been arrested. They would have been charged, and I would have been a witness against them in court. But because of the corruption, it's the other way around. So I think for the majority of Bulgarians, it's not a question of. In terms of, like, for us, it would be we would use the phrase anti-fascism, but I think for the majority of Bulgarians, it would be more a question of anti-corruption. But I mean, corruption leads directly to the racism, to discrimination, to the mafia, to these people who are protected to do whatever they want, which is actually, like, of course, the direct way to fascism, where somebody can do whatever they want without any repercussions. So basically, that's what fascism is, isn't it? It's somebody who can do whatever they want, whenever they want, to whoever they want, and no one can stop them. No one can do anything. So So and actually, I think a major mistake of the corrupt, powers and forces in the state. Back in 2019, when I went free, the head prosecutor, he came out on TV saying, I'm going to put Jock back in prison. I'm going to put Jock back in prison. And then that was before the video came out. And then like a week or a month after he said these things, so he came in thinking that he's going to be a knight on, a white horse, knight in shining armor, coming up to save the people from the Osama bin Laden, Jock Palfreeman. And then a week after that, the video came out. And then instead of it being a PR victory for him and for the prosecutor's office, it was more like a PR nightmare that you're just reaffirming that you guys are the most corrupt bastards in Bulgaria. And for the first time in 12 years, Bulgarians started saying, hang on, why are you keeping him in prison now? But why also was he ever in prison before?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
So before the video came out, literally people believed I was like the Osama bin Laden of Bulgaria. How can a guy who has committed this crime? And I sympathize with those people, because if I actually had done what I was accused of doing, one guy attacking 15 people for no reason,
Right.
I would also want that guy away from me and not on the streets with me. And how can that guy go free? And maybe he's going to attack me or my family. So
Right.
I have some sympathy actually for that. The problem is that it's the opposite. That
Lie.
the guys
It's the problem is it was a lie.
The problem is it's
Yeah.
not just a lie. It's the opposite, that the guys who were attacking people on the street for no reason, okay, racist reason was racism, okay, of course, but let's say the guys who were attacking people without a legitimate reason, they have been supposedly been the victims, and me, who went to protect a person from them, I was put in prison. So what was amazing was that after 12 years, for the first time in 12 years, like en masse, Bulgarians started saying, not only do we support that he should be allowed to leave prison early, but we're now also asking, why was he ever in prison? And that was a huge change. That was a huge change.
Mhm.
And I when I left prison, like, I'm so grateful to everybody in Bulgaria, really, who, it was just just so much support. I mean, there was a time when we had fundraisers for me to live, because I wasn't allowed to work when I was when I was being held illegally in Bulgaria. I wasn't allowed to work, and but there was a time when it was almost 50% of donations to help me live. I mean, we're talking food, electricity, and beer money, basically. There was a time when almost 50% of the money was coming from Bulgarians, and that had never happened before.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it meant a lot, and it changed a lot. And then I think, to connect what happened then with now, I think that it was never, I mean, every now and then you get people who are, I think, are a little bit jealous, or they're Nazis or something, and they come out and they say, "Oh, you think you're some hot shit. You think you're some big guy because you're famous." It wasn't me who made myself famous or infamous in Bulgaria.
Yeah.
It was the prosecutor, it was the prosecutors, and it was the politicians, and it was the Nazis who every day were going out protesting on TV, on talk shows, non-stop. This guy, Jock, for 12 years. I didn't get my first interview until like 6 years. I was in prison 6 years before a single Bulgarian journalist came to speak with me. 6 years. And then,
so long for that?
Sorry?
Why do you think it took so long for them to get your side of the story?
Because the media is owned by oligarchs who are friends with the people who put me in prison.
Yeah, that was a dumb question, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I was in court when I was 20 years old, and there were journalists coming to speak to me in Bulgarian language when obviously I didn't speak Bulgarian. And they had microphones. They had microphones in my face, and they've got cameras there when I'm in court, in the courtroom, waiting for the judges to come, and they're asking me questions in Bulgarian. And obviously I don't speak. I mean, I knew a few words, but obviously I didn't speak Bulgarian. So if you're going to send a journalist to interview a foreigner, of course you're going to send someone who speaks the language of the foreigner. But they didn't even do that, because the reality is they didn't care about my side of the story. I mean, I was in court. I was in court. This is literally what happened. I was in court one day, in 2010, and two more police. There were already 3 or 4 police who had said this. 2 more police came to court and said, the group of boys attacked a Roma. The foreigner went to defend the Roma. The group attacked the foreigner. The foreigner took out a knife to defend himself, and that's when the incident occurred. Literally, that's what they said. And 2 more police said this. They said this in court, and my father went crazy. He said, "I'm going to buy you a ticket back to Australia. There's no way they can hold you after this. You're going to go free. It's just too much evidence in your defense. There's no way they can hold you." It's basically all the witnesses and all the evidence against the neo-Nazis.
Right.
The next day, in the Bulgarian, in the Australian media, there were Australian journalists there, and you can find it now today on YouTube. There is Australian media who say that police testified in Jock's defense, and this is a big change. like they said, this is a big change, like a big change in the Jock case, that now we have witnesses on Jock's defense. This was not a change. We had witnesses before in the first trial.
Right.
This was during the appeal. It's just 2 more witnesses in my defense. And so you have on YouTube even now Australian journalists reporting what happened in the court, and you open up the Bulgarian newspapers or you turn on the Bulgarian TV, and literally they said the court was postponed because witnesses didn't come.
Bonkers, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And they were all there. All the Bulgarian media was there in the court. Everybody heard what the police said. Everybody heard them. And the next day, just complete lies, complete cover-up.
Oh, that's really terrible. Well, anyways, I have to, I'm going to have to cut out, guys. I have stuff I have to take care of.
All right. Well, thanks for coming by.
Yeah. Jock, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, folks. Please support.
Am I the only guy here who has nothing to do? Am I the only guy who can be here for like days and days?
Well, I'll leave that to you guys. Anyways, take care.
All right, thanks, Walter. Thanks for stopping by. Well, Jock,
yeah,
I wouldn't say. I don't know if it one way outweighs the other. What was done to you is horrible. But one good thing to come out of it is if people watching don't know your story, is you started the first prisoners association in Bulgaria. So how's that going nowadays? Are you still active in it, or what's going on with them?
Absolutely. That was one of the ironies of. I mean, I don't want to say too much, but some people said, what's going to happen with the association when you leave Bulgaria? How are you going to run it when you leave Bulgaria? And I said, well, I mean, I'm going to run it the same way I ran it when I was in prison. Like, do people think that it was so easy to be organizing things when I was in prison? So at the end of the day, in a way, it's easier now, even outside of Bulgaria, than it was when I was in prison.
Really?
But yeah, we're still active. We're still active. We're still active, and I mean, because a lot of our work is advice and information for friends and family of prisoners, but also we contract lawyers, so we're still doing that, contracting lawyers to represent prisoners and things like that. So yeah, absolutely, we're still active, we're still going, and I don't think that will ever stop. I think whenever there is a prisoner, I mean, I'm still getting calls. I get calls almost, let's say, weekly. I get calls weekly from prisoners asking for advice, asking for lawyer support, asking for help, legal aid. So sometimes it's like every day, sometimes it's like 10 times a day. Prisoners and their families are calling me for advice and for help from me and from the association. So yeah, that's absolutely still continuing. Like if anybody's watching now, we run completely from donations from people. If people want to donate to the Prisoners Association, I'll just send you. It's a pretty.
I just put in the link to the BPRA in the chat.
I think it's. Oh wait, maybe it's without.com. I think it's
BPRA.info. Yeah.
It's
put up BPRA.info/en/home. Yeah, it's up. Yeah. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, we're still active. Absolutely, we're still active. We're still going, and I hope to expand our work to a European level, to a pan-national level.
That would be great.
And yeah, like, I mean, I can't speak about specifics of what we're doing because it's all like for individual prisoners, and the cases are private. But yeah, we're still active.
That's great. I think, like, of course, like I said a minute ago, there's nothing that justifies what happened to you, but that it did happen, at least this is a great thing that came out of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's undeniable that my time in prison, I believe, without tuning my horn too much, that there was a pre-Jock and a post-Jock time in prison. So I really believe that there were so many people, maybe thousands of people, who would not have gotten the support and the help that they needed in prison if I hadn't been there, and their families as well. I honestly believe that my time in prison was not wasted, and I think if anybody's in prison now, or going to prison, I think that's what everyone should be thinking when they go to prison. Don't waste your time there. Don't, because that's how the punishment is really made, in a way. A punishment is if your time is wasted. If you do something constructive and creative, and you're doing something positive, and you're trying to enact change and do something progressive, then the time in prison is not wasted. It can be wasted from an individual perspective, but from a historic point of view, it won't be wasted at all. And especially if you believe that you've been wronged when you go to prison, it takes the sting out of the punishment, is to turn it around and to turn it into use the situation for something for good.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the best ways I've heard about of thinking about a situation where you have to go to jail, is to make something of it. And there's been tons of amazing people have done that while in jail, like Malcolm X. I can't think of anyone else now, of course, but there's tons of people who started in jail, and that's where they had their turnaround. Not that you had a turnaround, but Mandela.
27 years. Yeah. 27 years breaking rocks.
Jeez.
Some people have said, Jock, you're the Mandela of Bulgaria. I said, don't say that. He did 27 years. Don't say that. Please don't say that. Please don't say that. I sent you a link now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
It would be cool if you put it up. I think it's the coverage of the part of the trial that I was speaking about, where the Australian media showed objectively what happened in the trial, and the Bulgarian media was like, nothing happened. Nobody came. Nothing happened.
Let's see what we got here.
Dinko, my lawyer, by the way, he passed away in 2009. Yeah.
Oh.
From the beginning.
Family of a Sydney man.
Yeah. Poor guy.
In Bulgaria says he's feeling more confident about his future after a police witness changed his evidence. 23-year-old Jock Palfreeman is serving a 20-year jail sentence for stabbing a Bulgarian youth during a fight. At today's appeal hearing, the witness told the court that Palfreeman was acting in self-defence. Europe correspondent Emma Alberti reports from Sofia.
Jock Palfreeman knows this corridor all too well.
What you're hoping for from today?
And the full force of the Bulgarian justice system. He wants his original murder conviction overturned on the grounds that the legal process was flawed. Andrei Monov was killed by Jock Palfreeman's knife. 5 witnesses originally agreed that the Australian went to the aid of a Roma gypsy being attacked by a group of young men. But during the trial, they changed their story. Now the appeal has seen an about-face.
It was quite gratifying in the sense that the policeman, who was the witness, has agreed that his original statement is true.
And another witness who was injured in the incident was questioned about why he changed his original story.
In his previous, very first, he had said that there had been a fight between the gypsies and the friends of the victims.
And this time he said there was merely a fuss.
Yes.
What does that mean?
You tell me.
For Simon Palfreeman, who's travelled to Bulgaria more than 20 times since his arrest, today's hearing offers some hope.
I do feel this court appears much more professional.
As the 23-year-old Australian makes his way back to his cell, the hunt resumes for 3 other witnesses who've gone missing.
It was on this busy street corner in Sofia 3 years ago that the lives of two families changed for good. One hopes to get their son back, the other never will.
Andre Monov's parents are appealing the original sentence too. They want Jock Palfreeman in jail for life with no parole. Emma Alberici, ABC News, Sofia, Bulgaria.
How do I kill it? There we go.
So this was the objective coverage of the one trial hearing, and the Bulgarian media was like, nothing happened. The case is postponed. And I was waiting. I honestly, I was in my cell watching all the Bulgarian media, waiting for it to be announced on TV that there is now more police as witnesses from me. And they just said, Jock had a trial. Nobody came. The case is postponed. I was like that, watching my TV.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it. It was a complete cover-up. A complete cover-up from all Bulgarian media. And that was this what we just watched now was 2010 is when this happened. So there already were 4 or 5 police witnesses on my side, and then this was another 2. So 2 cops had written in their statements that the Nazis had attacked a Roma, the foreigner had defended the Roma, and then the Nazis had attacked the foreigner. The foreigner took out a knife to defend himself, and that's when the incident occurred. And then that's what they had written in their statements during the investigation. And then in trial, when we asked them what happened, they said, I don't know, I don't remember. And then in the appeal, we called them back again, and then they said, oh, now I do remember. The group attacked a Roma, the foreigner went to defend the Roma, the group attacked the foreigner, he took out a knife to defend himself, that's when the incident occurred. So this was clear indication of the influence of the family and friends of the neo-Nazis on the judicial process, that obviously they were corrupting, influencing witnesses to have them lie in court, and to have the evidence disappear, the video footage disappear. There are another maybe 20 witnesses who never came to court. One of the neo-Nazis himself was never brought to court to testify. His father is a high-ranking officer in the Bulgarian military. So there's a huge cover-up, and it's a very sloppy cover-up, very sloppy.
And was this a jury trial or just the judge?
No, well, yeah, it's complicated. It's kind of like half-half. So Bulgaria has a kind of a mutant system, which I think is the worst of both worlds. So so you have 2 judges. You have 2 judges, which is like the continental system, where the judge does whatever the hell the judge wants. And then you have 3 lay people, but they're not volunteers like in the British American system, where they just take a jury from the voter pool. They basically take people come and apply and become basically professional jurors.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So you're a juror, and that's your job, and you're a juror forever until you quit, basically, or you're fired. So you don't have to have a law degree. You're supposed to have a good social position. So basically, it's supposed to be people from the professional class, like maybe lawyers, architects, doctors, whatever. Like, it's supposed to be people who come from a professional background, basically, and then they come and they volunteer to become professional jurors. And these professional jurors, they can be the same group of jurors on any panel for 10 years, 20 years. So basically, you have for serious crimes, you have a panel of 5 people, two judges, and 3 professional jurors. So basically, they're judges without any education.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And it almost never happens. But there are some times where the jurors, because they are majority, they are 3, they can overrule the judges who are 2. But basically, the jurors are, in a way, more susceptible to corruption and coercion than even the judges are, because they're
Oh my
professional
God.
jurors. They're professional
Yeah,
jurors.
yeah, that's the thing
Prof-
about with when you don't know who the jurors are, they're harder to get to. But if you're like, everybody knows
Yeah.
that's my job. That's everybody knows me.
Yeah.
I'm Jim the
Yeah.
yeah.
And not only that, but because you're a professional jury, you could have had a nephew, you could have had a son, you could have had a brother who had a problem with the law, and the cops did you a favor one time, and now you've got this trial against Jock Palfreeman, and the cops come to you and say, "Look, we helped you out last year. We let your son off, or we let your nephew off, or you know what? We know you're a drug dealer. We know you're doing some crimes. If you don't do what we say, we'll convict you for this. If you don't convict Jock, for example." So they're a lot more susceptible to influence and coercion. So I think it's really the worst of both worlds. It's like when they brought in this professional juror system, they were trying to pretend that it was like going to be something like the British American system, where you have a civilian quota on the judicial panel. But instead of it being really a civilian quota, they just officiated civilians to become judges, basically.
Wow.
Yeah.
But with none of the training or oaths.
No. With none of the training, but also the problem is that when you have the same people systematically sitting, hearing case after case, they are just part of the system like everybody else. So the whole idea of having a jury pulled from the population is that it's supposed to be something that's more like alive from the society, like a reflection of social values. More, you know what I mean? Whereas instead of these jurors being pulled from society, they are already part of the state apparatus. They're professional jurors. They're being paid by the state. They go to many trials. They're there for many years. They're part of the state apparatus. So, that's why I say it's the worst of both worlds. So you have random people from society who you don't know their morality or their loyalties, and then you make them judges year after year until they die, basically, until they can no longer function as a juror. So
A part of me is like, I want to get on that job. Sounds pretty sweet deal. Hey,
well, I mean, the thing is that if you oppose the judges too much, you'd be bullied out. That's what will happen.
Yeah, that's true. Well, if I remember correctly, didn't you say at some point you told me that the judge even said like that they don't believe you because why would anyone come to protect a Roma boy?
Yeah, no, that was a judge from my bail hearing, and she gave an interview with a journalist from Australia. And during the interview, she said something like I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember because it was many years ago, like word for word what she said. But she said basically to the effect of, I don't believe Jock's story because a white person would never go to defend a black person.
Oh my God.
So obviously, and she said something like, so obviously Jock has some ulterior motive for why he went to fight with these people, because there's no way a white person would defend a black person. And she was a judge who looked at my bail hearing.
God, if that's not a like perfect example of systemic racism, of, like, when inherent in the system.
Yeah. Come look at the repression inherent in the system. Come look at the repression inherent in the system.
I didn't even think about it. Yeah, I'm sure I was pulling from that.
So we're anarcho-commune who takes decisions fortnightly with different things ratified by 2/3 of majority.
EJ and I have talked about that before, that because we watched that when we were 10 years old, and in no way did either of us think that would become our ideology when we grew up.
I love it. I think it's the only part of Monty Python that makes any sense at all. Well,
maybe that's on purpose.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. So with this judge, what was crazy about her at the bail hearing was, so it was like after 2 or 3 days, I was there in front of her, and she said, she basically said, what happened? And I told her what happened. I told the truth. And she said, and I told her, this group attacked a guy because of the color of his skin. And I went to, and whilst they were beating him, I went to stop them. And then they attacked me. And I don't know what happened after that. They hit me with many stones. And I don't remember what happened. I was knocked out. And she looked at me and she said, yeah, but why did you go there? And I was confused. And I turned to the translator and I said, Good Samaritan? Like, why would you go? I was confused, honestly, why anyone would ask me, why did you go to defend someone? Why? I don't even understand. Like, I was so out of my world. I couldn't even comprehend that somebody would ask me the question of why would you go to help someone? Like I want to say why? Like,
why would you not? Yeah.
Yeah. And I said Good Samaritan. And she said something actually pretty intelligent back, actually, to her credit. She said, yeah, but the Good Samaritan didn't kill anyone. And I said back to her, what do you want when they attack like a pack of dogs? And that was basically the hearing. And she said something. She shouted at me something, and she was crying. And she shouted at me something. So I think she was really connected with. She was connected with the family of the dead Nazi. Mm-hmm. And before the translator could translate what she said to me, the guards grabbed me, and it was like a movie. Like, they grabbed me and they dragged me backwards. And I was saying to the guards, stop. The translator hasn't translated. I don't understand what's happening. I don't understand what the judge said. And they dragged me. I had boots on, and my boots were dragging as I was being dragged backwards out of the court. It was like a bloody movie. It was literally like Midnight Express. It was like a Midnight Express movie. I didn't know what was happening. The translator couldn't translate because the guards took me out before I could even understand what's happening. And after this judge, she was the judge who said to the journalist, I don't believe Jock's story because there's no way a white person would go to defend a Roma person. And I had the same reaction from prison guards when I was being driven to court. A prison guard said to me, what happened? And I said, well, they were attacking a Roma person. They were attacking a Roma person. And I went to defend them. And the guard said, yeah, but black people are monkeys, and you're a white person. You're a good white boy. Why would you go to help monkeys? And that was
Christ.
And that's like another part of the that's like part of my life in Bulgaria that a lot of people don't know, that as I'm being driven to court for a trial for murder, there are the guards and police and judges saying the most outrageous racist things to me as I'm going, and that's how I was treated for a long time in prison, basically as a race trader.
Jeez, it's unfortunate, but I can see that happening in the prison. Like, you've got gangs that form and such like that, but the actual apparatus being that blatant about it is just.
In Bulgaria, amazing. There are no race gangs like in the United States or other countries. It's in Bulgarian prisons, it's definitely economical. It's based on money, so whoever is paying is whoever people are working for, whether they're Roma or Bulgarian or foreigner, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's really like Marx said, capitalism is the liberals and capitalists will break down social borders through monetary means.
Jeez. I want to say really quick thanks. We got a donation from Maddie for $10 a little bit ago. Thanks a lot for that. People, if you don't know, we are still raising money for anti-fascist prisoners. People who are now in situations just like what Jock's been describing. People that stood up for people's rights and for people's safety and are now being punished for it. This is to help them get a little commissary, to have some money in their pocket to give to their families if they need. So the more we get in, the more we can help these people that are in there for us. They're in there just like Jock was, for others. And in case you're just coming in, if you donate at the end of the stream, I will do a random draw for someone who will win this Support Antifa Prisoners cotton T-shirts. So we've got one of these free from Antifa International. We're going to send it out to whoever wins. So get your donations in right now.
Can you say that? Can you say Antifa less like an American, please?
Antifa. 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 I keep putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable. Yeah, Antifa.
Can I just expand on what you just said? Like, if I didn't have the support from my family and from people outside of my family, of course, like general anti-fascist people and just people who they don't consider themselves anti-fascist, but they were supporting me because they believe in, let's say, anti-racism. If I didn't have that support, 99% of what I did in prison, of the good things I did in prison, wouldn't have happened. If I didn't have the money and support from my family and friends and from the general anti-racist community, there is no way. Like, very often, I'd catch myself in prison, like saying, "Oh, why is this guy selling drugs? Like, he's a bad guy." And then I'm thinking, wait a minute, I don't have to think about where my next where my next can of Coke is going to come from. Or, I mean, I was a smoker when I went to prison, so that's an addiction. So where am I going to get my tobacco from? Because I have money from my family and friends, and so it's very, people have to be very careful to recognize the privilege that they have, that you don't have to reduce yourself and lower yourself to committing crimes in prison, or like acts of capitalism to survive. And so I recognize, and I'm very grateful for primarily my family, my father, of course, but also general anti-racists who sent me money to keep my head above water. And compared to a lot of other prisoners, I was comfortable in prison because I didn't have to sell myself to mafia. I didn't have to work for guards or the prison. With that financial independence for myself, not just to live, but also then to save money and pay lawyers. And I mean, the money that I was sent, I quit smoking and saved the money to be able to pay lawyers. That's how the association started, was when I quit smoking and then put the money aside to pay for lawyers. So through all of that, I was able to liberate myself from the system. Whereas so what I'm trying to say is that to help prisoners financially is to liberate themselves from dependence on the system and from dependence from organized crime groups, criminal real bastards who are basically, long story short, they're like the worst forms of capitalists. the heroin dealer. Yeah, the heroin dealers, basically heroin and crack dealers, are absolutely the worst forms of capitalists that you can probably think of. And so by helping anti-fascist prisoners, by helping prisoners who have gone to prison for something, by helping them to be independent from reliability on income from organized crime and from the state, who is also organized crime, basically. By helping that, it liberates the person whilst they're in prison. It's about degrees of liberation, degrees of freedom. So you can actually liberate a prisoner in prison. They're going to be in prison. They're going to stay there. It's shit. We don't like it. But you can elevate a prisoner above that, above another level. So even in prison, there are degrees of shit. And through money, through donations, really, you can help people avoid problems, to avoid reliance on organized crime, dependence on the state, dependence on collaboration with the guards and things like that. And I'm just so grateful that I had financial support when I was in prison. So, and it's kind of off topic. It's kind of off topic, but I'm so grateful that because of the financial support that I had when I was in prison, that I was able to basically stay clean for my 12 years in prison. I never had to sell drugs. I never had to hold drugs or buy drugs, or I never had to get involved in the financial aspect of the black market in prison. But I know a lot of prisoners who did just because they needed to buy their soap. Like I heard before I came on about that prisons don't give anything. Like in Bulgarian prison, literally the only thing you get from the government is 1 bar of soap a month. You don't get toilet paper. You don't get food that you can survive on. You don't get any hygienic products. You don't get toothpaste, toothbrush. You don't get clothes. You don't get shoes. You don't get socks, underwear, absolutely nothing. You don't get TV, radio, books, nothing. Everything has to be paid for by the prisoner or his or her family. And when people donate and help, you can, I mean, it's kind of also like synonymous. It's not synonymous. It's kind of also an allegory of how we live in the outside world, where we have so many people doing volunteer work. That's let's say unpaid work. So unpaid social work, whether it's dissemination of information, whether it's speaking with different religious groups, whether it's social work. And there are so many, not just anarchists, but a lot of anarchists are doing this. So many anarchists doing social functions, providing food for people in society, clothing, support for mentally ill, for homeless people, for prisoners, and for other things. And when people donate and help those people, you're allowing them to fulfill and to work in those social functions that the state is not doing and not performing. And it's the same in prison. For every dollar, for every pound, for every euro that is given to an activist prisoner, to a prisoner who is there, you are freeing that prisoner from his or her reliance on the state to live, and then they can use that time to then help the other prisoners. And so the money is not for one person. When you give money to one person, it then radiates throughout the prison. So if one and another thing, I know for a fact, and I've lived it, and I was in very close contact with people, with prisoners in America and all around the world, in Greece as well. I know for a fact that in prisons all around the world, doesn't matter what country, people become more communal. So things are shared between everyone, and people talk about it. So if one prisoner gets a donation from someone, I guarantee you that donation is not for one person. I guarantee you it goes to 3, 5, 10 other people, depending on how lucky that prisoner was to have a good education or to be born smart. I mean, that prisoner can use that $1 to help 20 people. So I just really encourage people to donate and to help, because really, and it's also a question of suicide as well. We need to really support people in prison. We need to stop suicide. I mean, there are people who I'm sure if I didn't buy them, I swear to God, if I didn't buy them an ice cream, I swear to God, the next day they would have killed themselves. They were so depressed, and just a single act of small kindness was enough to bring them out of a suicidal death pit. And I think people really need to realize the suicide rates in prisons, depression, and just being so isolated, and just such a small donation can really bring people out of the brink of despair and bring them back and say, hey, look, you are worth something. Whether you're a real criminal or not a real criminal, you are valued as a human being. We value you. And you have people out here who care for you and support you. You're not alone.
Absolutely.
Visits are,
and I think that's a great point to make, is it not only helps. First of all, it doesn't only help one person. It spreads through the community. You know, you're helping many people, but also you're keeping them safe. You're helping out with stave away suicide. You're helping them, not giving them choices so they don't have to join with a gang or join with start selling drugs, things like that.
Exactly.
So, folks out there watching, $10, $20, whatever you can afford to, skip McDonald's twice this week, and you'll have done that, and you'll have made a huge difference to a couple of people, to
I
many
haven't had
people.
McDonald's for maybe 18 years, maybe.
Oh, wow. Well, help the folks in prison get something similar to a McDonald's. Well, then a lot of these prisoners might actually be working to create that McDonald's merchandise. McDonald's is one of the big corporations that hires inmates on a slave wage. If you absolutely have no money, we understand.
That explains why McDonald's is so shit.
Yeah, that's a good part of it. You think they care about that Whopper when they're getting paid 10 cents an hour? But yeah, share this, or you can write to them. Here, let me put in the
writing
WordPress.
visits, writing letters, visits, and money. Like that's the holy trinity, really. It's not something superficial. It's not the same as your mates wanting money from you all the time or something like that. Literally in prison, to be able to receive a little bit of money and to be able to buy something nice for yourself, or even nice for yourself in prison means like soap. So just to be able to buy something that you need to live, like the bare essentials, is enough to bring people out of despair. I mean, people don't talk about this so much. I mean, there's lots of stuff written about it, but suicide is a huge problem in prisons because people just feel so disconnected from the world and without any hope or for the future. And just any type of interaction with the outside world literally could save the life of that person in prison.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus you can win a shirt. You can win a shirt. Who doesn't want to win a shirt?
Me, I wear singlets.
and tell you what, for the next time is it 12, the next half hour, I will up to $50. I will match any donation. How about that? And I will not put myself in the running for the shirt though. So that'll still go to one of you folks. Yeah, for the next 30 minutes, any donations will be doubled. So I'll match them. So you put in $30, you just donated $60 that you only have to do 30 for. So people, people, please donate, get them sent in. It makes a massive difference for everybody. Are you gonna go, Jock?
Yeah.
Okay. Or no? Okay. So Chuck's going to disappear for just a second. Yeah, it makes a massive difference. First of all, not just the monetary donations. That's not the only way, of course. The writing is a massive help as well. If you have zero money to give, I understand. But I've been in tight situations and I've still been able to find $5 or so to give out to someone in need, because there's always someone who's in more need than we are. That being said, of course, if you're struggling, I'm not trying to put you out. I've always got the mindset that if you put yourself in harm to help another person, then someone's still in harm. So that's as far as mutual aid works, that doesn't really fix anything. Each according to their ability, as each according to their need. So if you can't, I understand. Things you can do though is you can share the stream, you can write to these people, you can try to get up donations as well. And if you can donate at all right now, please do. Sorry, I'm waiting for something to refresh. Okay. For the people that weren't here earlier, I am going to go over a couple of ideas. If you are going to write these any prisoners, some tips to remember. Where was it? One thing is, if you are going to send anything besides a letter, if you're going to send any photos or anything else in the package, make sure you list the contents on the package clearly so they know what's coming in. Otherwise, they might not give it to them. If you want them to write back, make sure you put your address on the make sure you put your address on the package and on the letter itself, because a lot of times the prison will toss out the envelope and they'll lose the address. If someone has an ongoing court case, do not talk about the case. Just assume anything can end up in the hands of a lawyer or the hands of a news agent, and you could really end up screwing over the person you're trying to help. And let's see here. And yeah, there's one more. No, there's something I'm forgetting. Oh, paginate. Yeah, paginate. But on the letters that you're sending, the actual page numbers, like page 1 of 2, page 3 of 4, whatever it is. That way, if the police or if the wardens take out anything out of the package, the inmate will know. He'll see that 2 of 3 is missing or something like that. And if you look up what I just posted a little bit ago, what is it? supportantifaprisoners.wordpress.com. That will have all the information. It's also in, I think, 27 languages. So if you're not a native English speaker, we've got you set up. Hey, and non-compete's coming back in with a $25. What is this? Wait, let me read again. Then and I are out to class, so you'll do it $25. And non-compete is saying they will also do a $25 donation match. So that is I'll still put in mind. So that's a triple match. I will do anything up to $50. I will match, and then it'll get another match from up to 25 from Luna and EJ. How good is that? So donate whatever you can, and it's gonna triple fold.
That's awesome.
So you have no excuse not to get something in there. I mean, you might if you're dead broke. I understand, but
no, unacceptable.
You will pay now.
Yeah.
So what? If there's any way for you to say what do you expect in the future for you? What are you hoping for? What are you hoping for, like in the next
practically
year?
or realistically?
What are you looking at?
Wait.
What
I want to say
happen?
I asked the same question twice. Like
Yeah,
what I want, like fantastically, like in my fantasy, what I want, or what I dream for, or what I practically want.
A realistic expectation, a realistic hopes, you know?
Realistic expectation is oh well, I mean, I've been unemployed, like I haven't been paid for what now? 14 years, almost 14 years. I haven't had an income, and
Oh, geez.
I've been completely reliant on donations and help from my family and donations from strangers for 14 years, and that was one of the hardest things I had to learn in prison, was to accept help from my family and to accept help from people, because before prison I was very independent. I had my own work, my own income. I didn't need to ask anybody for anything. And then when I got sent to prison, I just became like a little baby again, like having to ask, my parents to buy me a Christmas present, and having to ask people to donate, $1. And that was in a way a little bit humiliating to my ego, and that was one thing I had to overcome in prison, and just say, look, you can't be independent here. You don't have an income. You need to rely on help and have help from people. So one of the things that I really hope that to happen is to be able to get employment this year, and then in some way, start being independent again, and start working, and I don't know, maybe, I mean, I didn't even have I didn't even have a bank account. I don't have a bank card, and a lot of things now in COVID is online, paying for things online. I mean, I was in the train the other day, and the guy came with a little trolley car and said, "Do you want a beer?" And I said, "Yeah, give me a beer, please." I opened up my wallet to pay him in cash, and he said, "We don't accept cash, only from debit cards or credit cards." And I don't have a debit card or credit card, and I couldn't buy the beer, and I had to give the beer back to him and say, "Here you go." So I mean, like, well, yeah, I mean, it's not as bad as being beaten by guards in prison, but
to be fair,
it's not nice. It's not nice. It's not nice to continue to have these problems because you were in prison and because you had this false conviction against you. So I hope soon to be able to find employment, to get work, and start having a little bit of financial independence and independence in general. Yeah, so that's my practical goal and dream. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think you absolutely deserve it. I mean, if anyone, if you've paid your dues, and then some, so you're definitely overdue for
my problem is the same problem that every ex-prisoner has, is that basically the jobs I apply for, they say, give us a copy of a criminal record, and I tell them, well, I have a conviction for murder, and then they say, no, you can't work here. So that's a major problem, and it affects people all around the world, whether you went in prison for fighting with Nazis or whether you went to prison for selling drugs. It doesn't matter. When you come out of prison, you're completely discriminated against, and it makes reintegrate. I think it's probably the number one reason why, maybe the number two reason why people leaving prison are more likely to go back to prison. Because you just well, yeah. I mean, you apply for a job, they ask for your criminal record, you show them that you have a criminal record, and then the next day you get a refusal. And then, so where are you supposed to work? How are you supposed to get money? How are you supposed to live?
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hope people can see what being incarcerated does to you. Like, it doesn't even end once you're free.
It doesn't. No, not at all. I think one of the most absurd things, but it can be it happens all across the world. It happens in Bulgaria. I think one of the most absurd things is in the United States, where they employ is a broad term. They employ prisoners as firefighters in some states in the United States of America.
Oh yeah.
But when those prisoners leave prison, they can't get work as firefighters because they
Yeah,
have a
the
criminal
jobs they
record.
were already trained to do. Yep. It's ridiculous.
And that's something similar happens in all the countries in the world. But I mean, for me personally, I was working as basically a de facto secretary within the prison. For my last year of prison, I was basically a secretary in the administration of the prison, doing all of the secretarial work for the bureaucracy. But if I applied for a job in some state institution as a secretary, they would say no because you have a criminal record. But I was doing that anyway before, so why can't I do it now? So yeah, I think that's also another really crazy situation whereby when you're in prison, because it's state-sponsored work, you can do anything. You can be anywhere. I mean, literally in Bulgaria, there are prisoners they sent to clean the offices of the Ministry of Justice. And actually, that was a great source of information for us. We had people from the association working as the cleaner in the Ministry of Justice office. And they would come back to me the next day and say, hey, the minister did this, the minister did that. You know, so we had like almost a day-to-day briefing of what the Minister of Justice was doing and what he was saying, who he was meeting. I mean, the cleaner in the office of the director of the prison told me how the director was printing out newspaper articles about me to present as information, to present as evidence for my parole hearing. So prisoners are allowed to work in these functions as long as they're in prison. But then if they left prison and tried to get a job as a cleaner in the Ministry of Justice, they wouldn't be allowed because they have a criminal record. And I think a lot, and you know, like sometimes I make posts on Facebook and I get comments, why are you obsessed with your trial? Why are you obsessed with your criminal conviction? You should forget about it and move on with your life. Well, it's not so easy because my life is literally affected for the rest of my life. I will have this over my head. Like,
yeah, it won't forget about you.
No. Yeah, exactly. And I'm trying, and I try to explain that to people. Well, actually, my life is severely affected by my criminal record. If I didn't have a criminal record, I would have a very good job right now. And so yeah, I know one guy, a good friend of mine. He was a heroin addict, and he went to prison, and he quit heroin when we were together. He left prison and he got himself clean, and he got himself a job, his first job in his life. He got his first job in his life, and he was working well, no problems. And after 3 months, the boss of the company came to him and said, have you ever been in prison? And he said, no, I haven't been in prison. No, I don't know what he's talking about. And the next day, the boss called him and said, yeah, you're not working for me anymore. And that was because, get this, the boss had Googled his name, and his name came up in an article whereby a Georgian had tried to escape from prison, and the journalist had written the names of every prisoner who were in the cell with the Georgian. So there were 8 prisoners in the cell with the Georgian. The Georgian had tried to escape from prison because he was wanted in Russia. And that was during the conflicts. That was during the invasion of Georgia by Russia. So he had tried to escape prison. Somebody had ratted on him, and the guards came and stopped him from escaping and moved him into isolation. And completely unrelated, my friend's name was written in a list of names of prisoners, and that was the only mention of my friend ever on Google, in a Google search on the internet. And from that, the boss understood that he was in prison, and because of that, he fired him from work. So it wasn't because he committed a crime at work. It wasn't because he was stealing. It wasn't because he was late. It wasn't because he'd started drugs again. It was only because the boss had seen that he had been in prison. And the only information that he was in prison was something not even relating to him. It wasn't even something he'd done. He just happened to be in the same room as a guy that the article was about. So after he was stopped from work, he spun out He said basically he became depressed. He started heroin again, and he died.
Fuck.
Yeah, and like, of course, we have
Jeez.
personal responsibility for our decisions, but at the same time, you can't take people out of
fuck that.
the society. You can't take people out of the society where they live. What was really sad was his mother died when he was in prison, and so he stopped heroin and he started working. So his mother died in Belgium, and he stopped heroin and started working in order to save up money to buy a visa and a plane ticket to Belgium to see his mother's grave. And he applied for visas to Belgium, and Belgium refused him many times, but he hadn't given up. But basically, when they fired him from work, he just gave up, and he died of an overdose about three or four months after that. He died of an overdose.
That's the thing about your boss being able to control your livelihood,
Yeah.
That shit can happen, Someone they say it's all voluntary, you don't have to work for it, you can just get another job, but no. If
you can't.
Your boss can control at their whim your ability to feed and clothe and house yourself, then you're not free. You're not in a position of any control of your own life.
No, of course.
We got a few more donations that came in while we were talking. We have Anonymous. Anonymous with $15. So I will match that. I will equal that. Maddie came in with $50. So you're going to make me pay out all kinds of money. I said up to 50. So I will match that $50. A little bit of solidarity goes a long way. It absolutely does.
Can somebody please donate $49.50 just so Breadbeard gets fucked and has to pay another $49.50? Can somebody donate $49?
Do it. I'll do it. You got about 5 minutes left. I said within 30 minutes. And we got one more from Anonymous for $5. So I will match all of those. Non-compete said they will match up to 25. And when I said I'll match up to 50, I meant per transaction. So yeah, I will match each of those.
Come on, people. Let's bankrupt Breadbeard. Come on, let's go for
bankrupt Breadbeard.
Can I give a message to all the fascists who are watching right now? Please donate let's bankrupt Breadbeard. Please, fascists, donate now. Donate $20, $30, $50, whatever you can spare. Donate now, and let's bankrupt Breadbeard forever. Donate hundreds, but
finally the fascists have found a way.
Yeah, please. All the right wing and fascists, please donate, and let's fight. Let's fight anti-fascism, anti-Antifa.
Making 50 donations of $50 to own the leftists.
Yeah,
do it. Own us.
Do it.
Dare you?
Yeah.
Somebody earlier wanted to ask. I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but they wanted to know if the Roma boy survived.
Yeah, he did survive. And we spent the next 3 years requesting the state to look for him, and they refused. They said, we don't believe that he existed, so we're not going to look for him. So from 2008, 2009, 2010, the police prosecutors and judges refused to look for him because they claimed that he didn't exist. And then finally, into the end of 2010, the appeal court said, yes, this person does exist, but we're not going to look for him because it's been 3 years.
So just in the wind now.
We don't know anything. I mean, when I went to prison, a friend of mine from Australia came to visit me, and she was arrested. Literally, she was arrested coming to visit me because they thought that she was connected with my case. And she was Australian, and she had no idea what was happening. And they took her to the police station. They arrested her, took her to the police station. And with a translator, the investigator told her Now we're starting the interrogation. And my friend said, what the fuck interrogation? What are you talking about? I'm here to see my friend in prison. And literally that witness statement is in my case file. So what was happening was anybody who was trying to contact me was being arrested and taken to the police. So because that was another thing that was a constant repeating theme about my case, was a lot of people said, oh, look at this Roma guy, you saved his life and he didn't even come as a witness for you, to help you. And a lot of racists were using that as an example of like, look, Roma people are not worth protecting because look, he didn't even come to help you. But the truth is that many witnesses came and wanted to testify in my defense, and the police would not let them. So there was an ethnic Bulgarian who was a security guard in the parking lot across the road from where the Nazis attacked everybody, and he gave his name to the police. They didn't call him. Then after a couple of days, he came to the police station and said, I want to give a statement. They said, okay, later. After another couple of days, he came back and said, I want to give a statement. Later. He came back again. I want to give a statement. He made them, he's one of the most important witnesses in my trial. Basically, he said basically the entire, he said in the court, he said from the beginning, his very first witness statement, the group surrounded Jock, me. The group surrounded the foreigner from behind and hit him on the head with stones, and the foreigner fell to the ground, which is the most important part of everything, because the Nazis themselves said they never attacked me, that there was never any exchange of violence at all, let alone an attack. So get this, for a year and a half of trial, he did not get his summons to appear in court. And by complete luck, he was speaking with somebody, and the person said, oh yeah, Jock has trial next week. And he said, okay, I'll come and watch it. And he was sitting there just to watch it, and the judge said, is this witness here? And he went, oh shit, yeah, that's me. And the judge said, come and speak. And the prosecution, look, on the side of the prosecution, what a lot of people don't understand is, in Bulgaria, the civil trial takes part at the same time as criminal trial. So on the side of the prosecution was two prosecutors, the parents of the deceased Nazi, the parents of the so-called injured Nazi, the injured Nazi, his two lawyers, plus the two lawyers of the parents of the deceased Nazi. 11 lawyers against me, my father, and one lawyer. 11 lawyers. 11 people were there. And
wow.
And all of them have the right to speak. All of them have the right to object. All of them have the right to make requests. And you should have seen how they reacted when this witness said, yeah, I'm here. They were in complete shock, because obviously they had organized for the summons of this witness to not get to him. So the summons are going out and they're going in the garbage. They didn't want this witness to come. And for a year and a half, they sabotaged. For more than a year and a half. For a year and a half, they tried to hide and sabotage this witness. And this was an ethnic Bulgarian. And to his credit, he went against all of them. He went against the media. He went against the police. He went against all the pressure against him. And he said, no, I'm coming and I'm going to tell the truth. And I'm going to say what I saw. And he said everything as he saw it. He told his truth. And in his witness statement, he's a little bit confused, because he believed that it was two gangs fighting against each other. He thought that I was in a smaller group fighting against a bigger group. And but he says in court that they hit me on the head and I fell to the ground, but which the Nazis deny ever doing, hitting me on the head with concrete, by the way, with big slabs of concrete. Yeah. I was hit many times with big slabs of concrete. But what I'm trying to say is that the interesting thing about his statement was that although he didn't understand exactly what was happening, he thought it was two groups fighting against each other. What he understood was that what he saw was me surrounded by two groups. So he didn't know that the Nazis behind me were not my gang. They were part of the other gang. So what he said in court was very important in that although he said it was two groups fighting against each other, what he describes is actually me surrounded by one group in two parts, and I'm in the middle, which is exactly what happened. And that's how I was beaten so badly, because the one group of 15 had split into smaller groups that had then surrounded me, and they just pelted me from every direction with stones.
Oh wow, yeah.
But whether he understood 100% of what happened or not is not relevant when you compare it to my conviction, which was that I had approached 15 people for no reason, with no altercation, with no exchange of violence, and I had taken out a knife and tried to kill everybody. So that's my conviction.
You're just a madman running around.
Yeah. My conviction is that I am some type of madman, some type of basically I'm like some type of terrorist. You know, there are these mostly Islamic terrorists who are they take a knife and they try to kill as many people as they can find. Basically, that's what I was convicted of. For no reason. I was some type of terrorist. I came on the streets of Bulgaria with a knife and I just tried to kill everybody for no reason. That's my conviction. And when I went to prison, I asked the prison authorities. The prison authorities would say, "Are you going to rehabilitate? Are you going to rehabilitate? Are you going to apologize for your crime?" I swear to God, I asked them, "What is my crime? Can you tell me?" And there was not a single prison administrator, not a single bureaucrat, not a single member of staff of the prison who could tell me what I had done.
Wow.
Every time I met with an inspector, every time I met with a guard, every time I met with a director of a prison, I said, look, they would ask me this stock standard question, are you going to rehabilitate? And I would ask them, what did I do? And they would look at me completely lost. They could not tell me what I had done. No one could understand what my conviction was. No one. And I said, look, I will rehabilitate when you can explain to me what I've done. What, I will stop doing.
What do you need to rehabilitate for?
Yeah. When you can tell me what I did, I will stop doing it. Not a single, in 12 years of prison, not a single member of staff. Do you know what happened? I started hunger strikes and a lot of protests, and some prosecutors came to see me, and they said, and I said to them, I want to know what you want from me. And they said, well, we want you to rehabilitate. And I said, rehabilitate from what? And they said, well, not to do what you did. And I said, can you please tell me what I did? Silence. From the prosecutor's office, the prosecutors themselves could not tell me what I had done to not do it again. Literally 12 years in prison, no one could tell me what I had done, what my crime was, what my violation, what my crime was in that had gotten me to prison. No one could tell me what I had done. Not 12 years, no one. There's even a newspaper article about it somewhere in Bulgarian language. Jock Palfreeman doesn't know why he's in prison, and that article was making fun of me. The article was making fun of me on the presumption that, of course, I know why I'm there, because I'm such a bad guy and I killed someone. But the question isn't about.
Think that, it makes sense if you don't know why you're there.
No, well, yeah, it's not about that. It's that, yes, someone died. Okay, fine. Why did they die? How did they die? That's the question. People dying is not a crime anywhere in the world. People die for nothing all the time. The question is, how did they die? What is the circumstance and the context of what happened? And I would ask every member of the prison, every prosecutor I ever met, and I said, why am I here? And not a single person could explain to me why I was in prison. I swear to God, literally not a single person. And then after about 5 years or 6 years, the entire staff of the prison just understood that I was there because I had gone into a conflict with the family of the elite bourgeois of the country. And it took about 5 years.
And then you had that audacity.
Yeah, after 5 years, everyone just said, "Oh, we know why he's here because some family of some connected politicians and some rich people and connected people had a problem with you, and whether you're wrong or right, that's why you're here." So it took about 5 years, and then the prison staff started changing and everything, and things started getting better. But then on the 9th year, everything went back to hell when the fascists took government, and then they were just controlling the prisons, and it was it became a nightmare. They almost won. They almost pushed me too far. Really, they almost won, but like I'm lucky they didn't.
I'm glad they
Have
didn't. Yeah.
Have we gotten any more donations in the last?
We
10
just
minutes?
got one more from Jillian. Thank you, Jillian, for $10. So that's another $10 I'll match. I'll give you 1 more minute to perform.
Julian, I think doesn't really count because is it the same Julian that I'm
She
thinking about?
donated. Yeah, probably. Yeah. But they donated, so
I know, but
I'll count it.
they're always donating.
But I'll still match it.
I want some of the other stingy people who are watching now who haven't donated before. If you haven't
got
donated,
1 more minute. If you want me to match
minute.
you up to $50, 1 more minute.
Bankrupt Antifa, Antifa.
Well, you're just bankrupting Breadbeard, giving to Antifa. You've gotten me for 50, 65, $70. You've fleeced me for $70. I'll match $70. No, wait, including Jillian's $80. So you've fleeced $80 out of me. We got 25 out of Luna and EJ. Let's see, what else can you fleece me for? You got I'll still say it's 1 minute starting now. Whoever gets it in quickly.
Yeah.
So
really
whoever
please
can get some in.
Whoever's watching now, please send $5, $7, whatever you can spare, please. Really, I'm speaking really as somebody. I'm thinking back to the days when I was in prison, and just we need every cent we can get. Where just people are just so abandoned in prison.
Yeah.
And a lot of people presume that people in prison they get everything taken care of. Yeah.
Yeah, it's you get shit.
No, you get nothing.
You got to take care of yourself without the ability to earn money.
I was reading articles about some prisons in the United States where they were charging people to borrow books from the library in some of the private prisons there.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Insane. Yeah. Insane. They were charging you to take books to read them, and then you give them back, and they're charging you for that.
A lot of the prisons in the USA will also charge you for the right to have a job. So if you go out and you're one of those firefighters, or you're working for McDonald's or whatever, sewing their uniforms, and you're making 50 cents an hour, like 25, 30 cents of that goes back to the prison as a fee as a right to have a job. So they get you everywhere.
Yeah, in Bulgaria, it's about 60% of the wage of, so 10% of prisoners in Bulgaria have work. From that 10%, 60% of their wages gets taken by the prison.
Yeah, shit.
And then if you have civil liability, civil debt, that gets taken from the remainder. So for a lot of prisoners, they're working on American-style prison wages because 60% gets taken by the prison, which then gets embezzled and stolen. The money is supposed to be used for improvements within the prison, but it's not. It's stolen.
Yeah.
And so you get 40% of the minimum wage, and then from that 40%, banks and other private claimants can take the rest of your money. So there are prisoners in Bulgaria, like in the US, who are basically working for nothing. Yeah,
it's fucking horrible. It's literally chattel slavery.
Yeah.
We got one more from Stealth Intel for $6.90. Nice.
Yeah, awesome.
It says, remember to drink water and eat. Okay, so I've got to match another $6.90. And I think
awesome.
that's the last one we got in. Let me check the PayPal. Sometimes people send it directly.
Happy July 25th, by the way.
Yes, happy J25. It's the end of it for me. I'm 12 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time, which you're about
Okay.
6 hours
Okay.
ahead, I think.
Happy belated J25.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Day of we've got a workshop of catchier name, but International Day of Solidarity with Antifa Prisoners is a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, it is. But it's good that it started and happened. I haven't mentioned it, and I don't know so many details, but I would also like to mention the anti-fascist prisoners in Russia, because there's a tendency in the left to ignore Russia as some type of, the enemy of my enemy is my friend bullshit, which is absolutely not correct in terms of anti-fascism.
Yeah.
Just because two fascists are opposed to each other doesn't mean one of them is your friend.
Absolutely.
So if you remember, Breadbeard, a year ago, or almost 2 years ago now, maybe, there was a whole group of anti-fascists arrested and persecuted and put in prison in Russia. Do you remember that?
Yeah. The Network 10.
Yeah, so they're all still in prison, and I haven't seen a lot of news about them, but I just wanted to mention them. I don't know so much about where they are now. I just wanted to mention them to not be forgotten and try to, bring them back into some type of awareness.
I'll post the link again, but if you go to the supportantifaprisoners.wordpress.com, they are listed on there. I think 2 of them are still awaiting trial. One thing to remember with them is if you want to write to them, Russian prisons will only take letters written in Russian. They won't take any other language. Get a Google Translate if you really want to, write to them. But the money gets to them.
Yeah.
Though.
Yeah. So Russia now is a place where the fascists are very strong with under the Putin administration. I mean, I didn't mean to say that they're 2 separate things. So I just want to remind people that, there are some places where the fascists are in complete control and there's no resistance and there's no opposition. Whereas Russia, there are still people trying to contest, trying to fight with the fascists, the fascists in Russia. And so really, I think I personally feel very connected with the anti-fascists in Russia, because it's a similar system to Bulgaria. And I think even in Russia, it's worse than Bulgaria. One of the band members of Pussy Riot was arrested when she left prison. Did you see that?
Yeah.
So she when I saw that, I wasn't surprised at all. It's what they do in Bulgaria. She left prison, so the guards released her from prison, and then the police came and arrested her at the door. They did it to me. I was released from one state prison and then rearrested by another one. So I was let out of prison actually with my hands tied by different police who, I was kidnapped. They didn't even give me any government orders or anything like that. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that I feel very close to anti-fascist activists in Russia, because the fascists there are extremely strong, they're extremely active, and the state is in full support of them. The Putin regime is funding fascist movements across Europe as a kind of, it's logical, but it's a divide and conquer. It's a divide and conquer program policy, because the fascists are typically Eurosceptic, as in they're opposed to the European Union. The European Union as a single bloc is a threat to Russia economically and militarily. So I get that from a practical point of view, but also what it means is that there is a shitload of Russian money being funded into fascist parties and fascist organizations across the European Union. And that's also reflected in their national policy as well, where you have open fascist organizations in complete synchronicity with the Putin regime, with the police, with the secret police, that with the night wolves, MC fascists, organizations, with other organized crime groups that are allied with the Putin regime. If I could also just bring some attention back to the anti-fascist prisoners in Russia, because it's easy to forget about them because there is so much control from Putin over there,
Yeah. And their story is such a shit case. They basically, the police manufactured this network, this secret like cabal that they were all working together, which it was just 100% manufactured. Just had zero there's no reality in it whatsoever. It was
they were tortured a lot as well,
and they were tortured.
Yeah.
And I think two of them under duress finally signed confessions, which was obviously because of torture.
Yeah, I was in prison with
the other ones.
I was in prison with some people who had been tortured in the Russian Federation, and
really?
and the torture that they underwent was absolutely extreme. It was like something from a horror movie, They were kept for months in basically a small closet. Basically, it was a cell the size of a closet where you couldn't sit down, like. You could kind of squat, but you couldn't lie down or sit down. It wasn't big enough even to sit down on the ground. So you were always in a position of stress, a stress position, and they kept them there for months. And they used electricity as well, torturing prisoners with electricity. In Bulgaria now, there are new reports that the Bulgarian police and prison guards are using more electricity. Basically tasers, they're tasering suspects. They taser them until they sign confessions. They're doing the same in Russia. Not all the things in Bulgaria are as extreme as Russia, but some of the things are exactly the same as in Russia. So I have some type of affinity to the comrades in Russia in the prisons there. I really feel out for them. And also because like they were set up to fulfill the agenda from Putin, that there is some conspiracy out against the Putin, and really they are completely the most, like, the people who have been framed for these crimes. They're just asking for normal basic democracy, to be able to choose to choose the form of management of their societies, as opposed to what's happening in Russia, where you can only vote Putin, basically.
Yeah. So vote for what was his puppet? I forgot his name now.
Communist Party.
No, what was his puppet? The in between his
Medvedev.
reigns. Medvedev. Yeah, Medvedev.
Yeah, it's the same party. It's the same party.
Yeah, it's just Putin pulling the strings until he could run again.
The Russian Communist Party is also in alliance with Putin, but of course they have nothing to do with anything.
Name only.
Yeah, it's name only. It's not like we can't even have arguments whether anarchists or whether anarchism or communism are right. Like they're so far from even pretending to be communists. There's no point.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really sad, but just like it's terrifying for me now to think that these people are still in prison at the mercy of these Neanderthals. And all of them were extremely young. I mean, I was 20. I had just turned 21 when I went to prison, and just 12 years, my entire 20s was taken by the Bulgarian state and by the fascists. And and basically all the anti-fascists in Russia who went to prison also were, I believe, in their 20s as well, and they're just being tortured and tormented, and these are the most progressive people in Russia being tortured and tormented, basically only because they spoke against Putin. So, if that's not fascism, I don't know what is.
Oh, it absolutely is. I think a lot of people need to kind of get it through their heads that just because a party is named something doesn't mean it has anything to do with the actual party.
Yeah,
Or
not
has
just
anything
that.
to do with the actual ideology.
Yeah, and not just that either, but just because Putin is opposed to America doesn't mean that Putin is any more anti-imperialist or anti-fascist than
Yeah.
America. Like, what a joke is that?
Yeah, and I'm probably going to piss off some people, but I lived there for 5 years, and China, it's the same thing. It's just they're at odds, and I'm not saying you should trust any Western media outlets or anything the West says, but it's just another imperialist power. The reason they hate each other is because they're both fighting to be imperialist.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if there's anybody on the left who is claiming Russia or China is any way or shape or form better than the United States, then which side would you have taken during World War One? The Russian Empire,
Well,
the Germans, or the British? Like, which empire are you going to choose? Like, what a joke.
I don't know. That would be a shitty choice, but I'll give it that. You can't get much worse than the U.S. But that being said, that's not a compliment to any of the other systems.
Well, I mean,
So
the US
I would not want to have to make the choice.
well, I mean, like, wait a minute. The US has just had more time as a single institution. But I mean, if we go back
Maybe.
to the Russian Empire pre-Soviet Union, like, they literally enslaved their entire population. A lot of people don't know about this, but it's connected to Bulgarian history. But at the time, so the Russian Empire attacked the Ottoman Empire and pushed the Ottomans, the Turkish, out of Bulgaria, and that's why Bulgaria became independent, was because the Russian Empire attacked Turkey and pushed them out of occupation of the Bulgarian territories. But what people don't know is that actually the Bulgarians living under Ottoman occupation were more free than the Russian soldiers who were sent to fight the Turkish in Bulgaria. So Russia had a law that if you were born in a village, basically every first male born in the villages had lifetime conscription in the Russian army, and you were not allowed to have any money, you were not allowed to have any land, you were not allowed to get married and have children, you were not allowed anything. And when you died, all the money that was in your bank account in the army got given back to the army. So it was basically slavery.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah. So America as a single institution has had more time and, like, I don't know, continuity, but the Russian Empire was really bad. And then the British Empire, they enslaved the majority of not the majority, but the British Empire was basically the biggest enslaving empire in human existence. And China is not even, we have this Eurosceptic view of the world. China is not a single people. The one group of peoples within China has systematically repressed, enslaved, and enforced their dominance over every other peoples within the land of what is now called China. So, like, we know about Tibet, but there are lots of other. There's hundreds of independent ethnic groups within modern-day China who have been enslaved, repressed, and genocided by the Chinese government. So, I don't really see China or Russia as being less shit than the United States. I think just me and you, because we're English speakers, we know more about what's happening in the United States than we do about what's happening in
I mean, that's
China,
fair.
China and
That's a
Russia.
fair point. But it's just,
Which
America's so good at it, at being shitty. I don't know. They are really, really good at being shitty.
Well, I mean, like I said, I think it's the continuity. I think it's the continuity because China had a revolution, Russia had a revolution, so there was some destability within the bourgeois control of those states, whereas United States has basically had shitheads running it since the War of Independence. So I think more than just being really good at it, I think they've just become. I think it's more just the history that it's been going for a longer time,
The imperialism, yeah. But then there are ones even long.
I mean, imperialism starts with with federalism. Although I mean, like I'm stepping on dangerous waters here, but yeah, of course, I'm opposed to slavery. Like that should go without saying. But the United States of America absolutely started the war with the Confederacy under false pretenses that the Confederacy had shot the first shots at the United States, and I think that's basically proven to be false. That it was the United States who attacked the Confederacy first, and then lied about it, and then they did the same with the Spanish. They had the sinking of their ship within Cuba. And then later, now scuba divers have literally proven that the ship was not sunk from the Spanish, but it was sunk from inside. So probably a sailor dropped a bomb and it blew up from inside. Vietnam, 3 months after the invasion of Vietnam, the United States Army acknowledged that the American ship that had been claimed to have been sunk within Vietnam, that was on patrol, actually hadn't sunk, and it was a mistake. Yeah. So that
was a completely fabricated lie. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but the United States have done it since they existed. So, I mean, for me, as far as I'm concerned, like the topic of the idea of state sovereignty over federal dominance, for me, is probably the first imperialism, and that's probably correct of all the empires. That first they try something against one populace, and then they reproduce it against another populace. So, in my mind, as far as I see it, the United States has first repressed and done a type of imperialism within the United States of America first, and then after that they created. I mean, I think the first foreign intervention, the first United States foreign intervention, I believe, was in Colombia, was it, or Venezuela, whereby workers had striked and taken control of a fruit factory which was owned by an American company,
United Fruit Company.
I believe that was the first time the United States of America sent soldiers outside of the territory of the United States of America. So before that, that's what I believe. That's what I've read. What I think from memory is that the first time the United States of America sent soldiers outside of America was to repress a workers' strike and anti-imperialist movement. Was it Colombia or Venezuela?
If it was the United Fruit Company, I know they did. There was a lot of shit that happened in Colombia.
So it was probably Colombia. Yeah, and I think that's why the Marines were created as an international.
Yep.
International force.
They were created to have big boots for stepping on folks. And I want to say I missed one from Soyface that came in right before the 690 with a 1337. So it's another nice.
Awesome. What a random number.
I have to technically pay that one too. Yeah, just a random number, no meaning whatsoever.
Oh, it probably has some meaning, but we're not up to date. We're too old now. We don't know what all the numerology means anymore.
It's leet.
There you go. There you go. You see?
There's always something. But
awesome. Awesome.
Could
I
have done a
love that.
1312. I would have gotten that one. But that was before the last one, so that I didn't call it, but I've got to pay that one as well. So
Yeah.
I am up to what was the last one?
I don't know if,
50,
in
65,
terms of
70.
money, but you're almost up to 4 hours now live. I think
Yeah,
you're
we're
need
gonna
a
have
break.
to end this, and I've actually got a sleep disability, so it's going to be important for me to go to bed pretty soon. But yeah, with the money that I will match,
Napred. Only forward. No backwards. Only forward.
well, with the money that I am matching, plus the money you've donated, plus the 25 that Luna and EJ will match, we have met that first goal of 200 and gone way over it. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for all your kind work and your donations. This will be going directly to the Antifa International Defense Fund, and they will be sending it to the prisoners post haste. Thank you, Jock, for hanging out with me.
No, thank you.
It's been good talking to you. Haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen you for ages. Yeah. Where have you been? I'm angry.
I've been hiding out. I've been sleeping. That's all I do is sleep. That's no kidding. I'm actually about to put a video out on that.
More coffee.
Coffee doesn't do shit. Coffee doesn't do shit. I'm already on coffee now. It's a disorder.
Yeah.
All right, folks.
What you've got, like chronic fatigue, something like that.
Yeah, it's chronic fatigue. It's obstructive sleep apnea. So I don't get level 3 sleep. I don't get stage 3 sleep, which is restful sleep.
Yeah.
So I'll sleep for 10 hours and wake up and be just dead tired because I didn't get any actual restful sleep.
You know, one of the best sleeps I ever had in my life was the night after I was arrested. Fucking slept.
Oh, really?
Slept like a stone in arrest. So good. I was like, oh, I survived. They nearly killed me and I survived. Now I'm gonna sleep.
I've been in lockup a couple of times and I could never sleep because all day it's like a stone cement bench.
Well, it just means you haven't. It just means you haven't worked hard enough to get locked up.
That may be what it is. I've got to enjoy that stone bench.
Yeah, when you're enjoying the stone bench, it means that you've deserved the stone bench.
Yeah. All right, Jock. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you, everyone,
thank you.
and thank you for your donations. Everybody, remember to check out the links. Right to the. Whew. Speaking of which, they're going to catch some more possibly bad people. So have a good night. Remember to write to the Antifa Prisoners.
You're talking about the sirens.
Yeah. Go check out okay. Support antifaprisoners.wordpress.com. Check out all the prisoners and their stories. It's in 27 languages, so there's got to be one that you can read. And everyone have a good night and stay safe. Bye.
Thank you. Have a good one.